Day for everybody in our city, particularly for the RDA though, because today we had the ribbon cutting at the Eccles Theater, and thank you to those of you who were on hand. That was great. We are going to start out by having public comment on the proposed budget amendment number 2 to the fiscal year 2017 budget. And if anyone would like to speak to that, they can fill out a card. And we'll do this again at 2 o'clock because it was originally agended for 2 o'clock. So some people may come later. Is there anyone who would like to address the budget besides the RDA staff? Okay. Then we will move directly to general comments to the board. I don't have any cards from anyone. People we often hear from are not with us today. So seeing no one wanting to comment to us, they can have that opportunity when we discuss the budget at 2 o'clock. We can do that. We will move on to Redevelopment Agency business, and I would look for a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
So moved.
I have moved by Board Member Kitchen, seconded by Board Member Rogers. All in favor?
Aye.
And it is unanimous. Thank you. And at this point, I would like to take a moment of personal privilege to talk a little more about the RDA project that's over there on Main Street and First South, and thank everyone who has worked so hard on that. And I was looking, there she is, for Jennifer Bruno. I failed to acknowledge her when I spoke this morning, and she was really a key player on the committee early on and contributed a lot, and she's from the council staff. Jennifer, thank you very much. We appreciate that. And I'd like to invite Kat Potter to come forward, and we as an RDA board want to acknowledge Kat for the amazing work she has done with getting the theater launched and open, and your finish line won't be until probably Sunday at about noon, I'm guessing.
Probably 5.
At 5, okay. That was wishful thinking, but we want to thank you for what an amazing job you've done. This morning was incredible, and we're looking forward to the grand opening this weekend. You've planned terrific events. You've really worked well with all the key players. I know the Eccles told me personally how much they appreciate your efforts and what a great job you've done. Our loss is Roland Hall's gain. We wish you well in that, and we have a little gift for you, and you need to open it. Thank you. We thought that would be ideal for you to store your tickets in.
It's a little box that says grazie on the top and thank you inside. And there's a little mock-up of a ticket for the October 18th, 2016 Bravo Cat.
And I also happen to just, know about birthdays, and I understand you have a birthday tomorrow. We'll wish you a very happy birthday. Hope this is a good kickoff to it, and that you'll be able to enjoy it for a minute. It was a pleasure to have a chance to meet your husband, and I'm sure he is as proud of you as all of we are. And thank you again, and we'll look forward to having your tickets in that box.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Kat.
And honestly, this was such a team effort. All of you were such amazing partners. So.
Thank you, Kat. And we will move to item B2. Mayor, we're happy to have you with us, and wondered if you would like to give a report to us or any announcements. You've had a full day.
Yeah, I've had a full day. I don't really have anything to add to this conversation today. There's a couple agenda items that are going to be teed out by Justin, but I think we're good at this point.
Okay. Very good. Thank you so much. And I want to clarify, I think at this juncture we are going to go into executive session. And I'd look for a motion to take us into,
Madam Chair, I move we move into executive session for purposes of land acquisition and disposition and advice of counsel. Is that sufficient?
there's a motion by Board Member Mendenhall, second by Board Member Luke, I think. And I will roll call this.
Yes.
Andrew, Charlie? James? Derek?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. It is unanimous, so we will go into executive session. And if you have not been specifically invited to attend this session, we would ask you to depart. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. We will now move to item number 3, the amendment number 2 for the FY 2017 budget, including plans for housing funds. And got Court and Ed at the table, and I have made a request. If you would please begin with talking about the $12 million request for purchasing property, and we can talk about that. And now would be the time, board members, for you also to pull out the menu of options, as well as the potential funding sources that you've received that are at your desks, at your seats. So go ahead and take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the items that we've included in the board packet is the request to appropriate $12 million of funding to assist Salt Lake City in funding the acquisition of homeless resource centers. This is in response to a request from our colleagues in Housing and Neighborhood Development with Salt Lake City. And the urgency of this is great. We have discussed the different avenues for timing the city's and funding the city's efforts to acquire resource center sites. And it seems that given the fact that we're in the process of amending the RDA's budget and that it is an eligible use of RDA funds, we've concluded, to support homeless services, that it would therefore be appropriate for us to propose an appropriation of $12 million to support that effort. Included in the packet, we have 2 options for the board to consider. The first option I would consider to be the RDA's preferred allocation of funds. This would be an appropriation of funds, which we understand would be on a temporary basis, meaning that the funding would be set aside for use by Housing and Neighborhood Development for their efforts to acquire sites. Any unused funds would be certainly returned back to the RDA, and funds that are expended would be reimbursed through a legislative process that would unfold later this year. So we hope, certainly. So the thought process in providing the board 2 options was in option A. This is the RDA's preferred source of funds. We looked through the substance of our proposed second amendment to the budget and identified funds which are somewhat closely associated with housing in the direction in which we are proposing to expend those funds. And so our first preference would be to redirect those housing-related funds, or that could be related to housing, towards this effort, given that it is directly aligned with housing. As an alternative for the board to consider, we've identified other resources which are not related to housing initiatives necessarily. And then I believe there are other opportunities, certainly for the board as we go through our budget, for you to consider any other funding sources. Given the magnitude of the budget amendment that's before you, it probably presents a great opportunity, if there is such a thing, for us to look at sources for $12 million worth of funding. So it's an interesting alignment of timing. I'd have to say personally that if we were not going through the process that we are undertaking right now and the magnitude of the RDA's budget amendment, this probably would be a much more difficult effort for us to identify funds. So we're well situated now, given that we're in the process of proposing, presenting, discussing with the budget and adopting it, for this to be incorporated into it. I can run through, if you'd like, the substance of option A for the board to consider, or we can engage in a discussion with you as you'd like.
I'd like to suggest that you do that and tell us what we're going to lose by taking away that money. Because it's fine to have the list, but tell us, okay, we won't be funding this specific thing because this money is going here. If I can ask you to do that.
Certainly.
Thanks.
So we've broken this out by project area and then a summary, which is the same label that we've associated with the initiative in our budget amendment materials, and then the dollar amount. In the Central Business District, there are 2 initiatives from which we would propose to appropriate funds for this effort. The first would be the CBD Housing Initiative. This is funding to support the development of housing, market, affordable, any type of housing within the Central Business District project area, and that's just under $4.5 million. The second item is funding, again, from the Central Business District to go towards the Utah Paper Box development. At the board's last meeting, we discussed the write-down in the sale of that property to the developer, And this was available as a potential additional incentive that was presented to the board for its consideration. Given the decision that the board made to limit the support for that project, which does include affordable housing, to a write-down of the property, this funding is available for reappropriation within the CBD. We wouldn't therefore lose anything as a consequence. The third item, North Temple Development Opportunities, is funded out of project area housing. This is a fund that collects increment from each of our project areas and supports the development of either market rate or affordable housing within any of the RDA project areas. Our proposal was to appropriate significant funding, just over $2 million, to the North Temple project area in order to support some early activity in the early years of that project area, given that it hasn't yet generated significant tax increment. So these funds could be used to purchase property strategically to support a catalytic development that'd be consistent with our goals for that project area. Loan programs, there is a portion of a loan that was committed to the Cicero Group, which we had previously identified in error as being funded from the Depot District loan programs. The board approved that loan. It was a $2,010,000 loan, which the board approved in March of 2016. And when we approached the board, all of that funding was identified as coming from the revolving loan fund. In our budget amendment, we have, in error, identified that funding would need to come from the Depot District on the order of $339,000. We've confirmed that we can fund the entirety of that loan from the revolving loan fund, and that therefore the $339,000 from the Depot District loan funds could be made available for this purpose, and we wouldn't lose anything. Two other initiatives from which we would propose to appropriate funds would be the quiet zone improvements. These are to create signalized crossings at 3 different railroad crossings, which are outside of current RDA project areas. This is a long-standing project and probably a difficult one for us to propose as being up for consideration of whether to fund that project or to fund this housing initiative. But what we do know about this project is that once we fully fund it, as we were proposing to do originally in the second amendment to the budget, it does take time for us to complete the design and put those improvements in place. So this being the case, with the thought process and assumption being that these funds would be reimbursable to the RDA, this is an issue of timing, where the funds that could otherwise go towards the quiet zone improvements could be made available for site acquisition, and then once they're not needed or they're reimbursed, could be made available to the quiet zone project if that's how the board wishes to invest those funds. The same thing would go towards the funding that we've previously identified for East Side affordable housing. The particular request from the board was to identify up to $4.5 million of funding for affordable housing on the east side. We have filled the gap here to $12 million. So we have not taken or proposed to appropriate all of that $4.5 million for the effort to secure sites, but rather a portion of it that brings us up to $12 million. Again, with the thought process consistent with the quiet zone improvements, that this funding could be contributed to the effort on a temporary basis and returned, and therefore available in the future to the board to direct towards the East Side Affordable Housing Initiative. And then also with the thought process being that ultimately the acquisition of sites for the homeless resource centers is associated with housing, and most likely some of that housing could be provided on the east side.
Board members, are there questions on this option? Okay, go ahead with option B.
Option B identifies alternative resources which are not currently designated or proposed to be designated for housing initiatives. The first would be the available cash balance of funds in our revolving loan fund. This would mean, if we were to appropriate funds for the site acquisition effort, that our revolving loan fund would essentially close until those funds are replenished or we identified other resources. So that is one element. The other is seed funding from the Program Income Fund for both the State Street and 9 Line project areas. Each of those would be $1.5 million, as is proposed in the second amendment to the budget. Thought process there being that we are just starting or in the midst of the project area creation process, and expect to be complete with that and adopting project area plans for those 2 project areas about the same time that the legislature could be considering the reimbursement of funds from any contribution that the RDA makes to the effort. Marmalade Block Phase 2, also funded out of Program Income Fund. This is $575,000, just shy of $576,000. The thought process there is that with ongoing property sales for that project, we could fund the completion of the plaza improvements through another source if these funds were not available on the time frame where they may be needed. Mid-block connections is a project that's been a long-standing priority of the RDA's in the downtown, consistent with the master plan. We've proposed just $1 million in the second amendment to the budget to continue to have funds for this effort. I think it's important to note that although we would propose to set this funding aside, we don't have any current acquisition opportunities that we're actively exploring at the moment. And so that therefore not having these funds in place would not be problematic for efforts within the foreseeable future. There are a couple other projects in Sugar House, the Parley's Trail design and construction, McClellan Streetscape improvements. Those projects could be funded potentially through other sources. In the Depot District, Folsom Trail City Creek daylighting study, that project is just in the very early conceptual phase. The purpose here would be to, in our proposed budget, would be to set aside funding so that we could start the process of analyzing that opportunity and beginning to design and understand the improvements. So that could be put on hold, so to speak. Fleet block redevelopment, it's just over $250,000 that could be made available for this effort. Otherwise, those funds would go to support the city's efforts in disposing or ultimately redeveloping the fleet block property, whether that has to do with funding infrastructure improvements or somehow participating in incentivizing the redevelopment of that property. In North Temple, there are 2 opportunities that we are proposing, or 2 funding sources that we're proposing could be made available under option B. The first is pedestrian improvements to the section of the underpass, the I-15 underpass. That's a project that has not yet begun. And as I mentioned before with option A, transit-oriented development opportunities. This is funding directly from the North Temple project area, which would otherwise go towards site acquisition and funding to incentivize catalytic development projects within the North Temple project area.
Questions? Derek?
Thanks for putting together these 2 options for us. It's definitely helpful for us to imagine different ways that we might go about funding this. I was wondering if, Madam Chair, if we would be willing to have council staff join us and go through some of these funding sources and our own internal analysis of some of these individual line items.
I was going to do that in just a second.
Okay.
That'd be ideal. In fact, Jennifer and Cindy, do you want to come up and join us? Before we do that, though, do you have any specific questions about option B?
Not option B in particular. I have a few comments. I think some of this, obviously the $12 million I think is up in the air. We don't have to commit to that amount, so we can obviously play with these proposals a bit. And so I have some thoughts there, but maybe we can move forward and come back to that.
Okay, and does anyone else have any questions about option B before we start rolling up our sleeves on the details? Not seeing any. I do have one. Cash on hand, that's the balance in the revolving loan fund, say that 3 times fast, is $6 million. Are we emptying that? Or what is the balance in that? I can't remember.
This is a conservative number. We know that we're comfortable with $6 million. I don't have the exact dollar amount to clean out the revolving loan fund, but we have just north of $6 million. That's after we fund ongoing commitments. These are loans that have been approved by the board,
Okay.
but not yet funded, where funds have not yet been dispersed to borrowers. And that leaves us with a cash on hand available balance of slightly more than $6 million. So out of an abundance of caution, we feel comfortable that $6 million could be expended from the revolving loan fund for this effort. And then we'd be able to fulfill our commitments to borrowers on loans that have already been approved.
Very good, thank you. Board members, what I'd like to do is do this a little bit like we do CIP and like we do the regular budget. And if you take a look at the menu, and Jennifer, are we going to put that up on the screen? it'll be the same kind of thing where we can do that. But I think before we start going through this and coming up with ideas, that it would be worth having a discussion of what the dollar amount is that we would like this to be from funding from the RDA. And I'd be interested in hearing conversation. Closed session, I had mentioned 8 million. And I'm interested in knowing if you think 12 million sounds like it's right, if you're thinking 8, if you're thinking 6, if you're thinking 1. Any thoughts, board members, on that? So that we know what our target area is as we go through this. I'd rather start with the number in mind.
My question isn't about the money. Mine's more in regards to when, in regards to North Temple, did it change from a catalytic project to a transit-oriented development opportunity? And is that a policy discussion that we should have had with the board in improving that?
I think, if memory serves from the budget amendment, those are different names for a similar initiative. I think we could say that a transit-oriented development opportunity is also a catalytic development opportunity. So the intent would be the same.
But, for example, by labeling it a transit-oriented development project or opportunity, that excludes us from, say, for example, when Deloitte Hansen came to look at building a stadium on the fairgrounds. That was something that we would have actually looked at funding at one point in time when moving forward. And are we tying our hands behind our back by labeling it as a transit-oriented development, or will we have more flexibility by calling it a catalytic project?
That certainly wasn't our intent to exclude that type of development. I think if you look at just how important transit is to the North Temple project area and how it just runs through, that is the corridor around which the project area is based, that virtually any project that we can invest in, improvements to the Fair Park or Stadium project included, could be considered transit-oriented development opportunities. If it's helpful, though, for clarification to the board going forward on this item, we could capture it as catalytic development rather than transit-oriented development opportunities.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I agree. I think the only problem comes in not necessarily how we execute it. It's that when you say transit-oriented development, it brings us back into the Planning Commission issues that have come up recently around that, and it complicates it in talking to people about it. That's part of the concern. I don't know if for you, but for me, that right now North Temple is the sort of ground zero for some of that discussion, and it makes it difficult to have good conversations about options there if we bring that in too quickly. So, thank you.
As far as, the total dollar amount, I'm thinking more like $8 million, as you suggested, Lisa, would be more appropriate. And I have a proposal for how we could get there if that's what we're ready to do, but that's my comfort level.
Why don't we start with that and see what that looks like?
Well, and before you dive into it, if it's okay, Madam Chair, I was wondering about 6 million, and maybe you can be real flexible with your proposal, but 6 million with, 2 million if we have to go from the revolving loan fund.
Exactly what I was thinking. $6 million from the revolving loan fund, $1 million from mid-block connections, and then $500,000 each from the proposed 9 Line and State Street project areas. That would take us to $8 million. And still leave money in there for the new project areas to kickstart them.
Well, my question then is, if it's not enough, what do we do? What's our process in the next 2 weeks to make sure we allocate enough funds to get this done and get options on those places before our next meeting? I don't want to shortchange the broker and have us in a dilemma in the next week to 2 weeks about having to get together and reallocate funds if we have to do that. So
$8 million is just as arbitrary as $12 million, apparently.
well, sure.
No, there was a way that they came up with 12
There's
million.
2
An
million,
average of
2 million average per project, 6 projects, so that was where it came from. So if we're going to go shorter, 6 to 8, okay, but how are we going to deal with it if we come back and say we need more money?
So did we want to prioritize city-owned properties or not? Because that's my impression.
Okay, so I'm hearing 12, I'm hearing 6, I'm hearing 8. You made your proposal of what 8 would look like, right? James, do you have thoughts on?
Yeah, I think Derek's going in the right direction for sure. Mine would be looking at the CBD housing initiative as well as the quiet zone, and then you use the revolving loan fund as the overflow.
Madam
And-
Chair,
Go ahead.
I like Derek's proposal because we are bringing housing along hand in hand with this site location conversation. And although we don't intend to say goodbye to all these funds, we hope that we could get reimbursements, I would prefer not to tie up money that we're already flagging for housing and instead look at the revolving loan fund, those 2 seed funds, and the mid-block connections, which isn't enough to do anything with at this point on the mid-block side.
Charlie?
Madam Chair, I'm also in support of Derek's proposal.
Do you want to make the additional case, Andrew, for the 12 million, or do you prefer option A or B, or do you want to go through this in another way?
Well, if we're talking about the money, then I still want a process for us. We're not tying their hands the next 2 weeks. We don't have time to mess around with this. So if we don't have a plan to how to do, if we go over for some reason, I agree with prioritizing the public properties, but if we don't, what is our backup plan? Short of having an emergency session next week or something, but what is it?
May I jump in?
Yes, go ahead.
Why don't you propose a 2-tiered approach? You could say that the proposal that Derek has made could be tier 1 of money, and should there need to be a contingency plan, then you could look at some other 4 or 6 million and make a proposal on that, and that money not be tapped unless it's absolutely necessary.
In that case, I'm looking at option B then, because essentially that's what we're talking about in a lot of ways.
But you would break it out into 2 levels?
Margaret, can we approve some money and not all of it? Have a backup fund, or does all of the money have to be in the account?
So you could do a contingent appropriation. You could approve some, but not all. Just remember, you've got to have your public hearing and close it before you do anything, but I know you'll get there next.
I know we know that.
Right, okay, just so we don't get too far ahead.
I have my note here.
Yeah,
Thank you,
okay,
though.
good.
Yeah. I was looking to see if there was anyone to comment, so.
But I think
go
you've got
ahead. Yeah.
some options.
Yeah,
And Jen can help with those too.
okay.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Charlie
So
and then
just a follow-up
Jennifer.
question for Aaron, or Board Member Mendenhall. So are you saying that you would look at option B, but prioritize Derek's proposal, so that the issues that he listed first, and then having the contingent appropriation coming from the rest of what's listed currently under option B?
Right, with the 500,000 from both proposed State Street and proposed 9 line, and then the following $1 million on each of those being the second tier.
Great, thank you.
Jennifer, did you have anything? in
I
mind?
think we're following that. The one question I have is that option B adds up to 12 million. So would your contingency be 12 million? Okay, great.
Okay, just to throw it out there, we could do 3 strings. We could do one at 6, or I'm sorry, at 8, the first at 8 million. We could do a second string at, I don't know, 3. We can make this up, right? So that we don't have to release a full 6 million on the second one. And I'm more comfortable with an incremental approach after the first 8 instead of a full 6. And I wanted to mention, which I will when we get to the housing money discussion, though, that there is, that the money from Marmalade Block, half of that would be available through impact fees, and then the Parley's Trail design and the Folsom Trail study would be 100% impact fee eligible if my research is right. And so I'd prefer that to be in the 3rd string, because it's silly that we wouldn't use impact fees on those parks projects.
Okay, other comments? Yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
I would like to hear from court about the revolving loan fund and encumbering that, and what that could do to our ability to get low-income housing into the market over the next 6 months.
Well, we certainly never like to be in a position where we have to turn people away for projects that align with our goals. And so if the funding is indeed out for a limited period of time, I think that sort of limits the risk. But that's definitely not an ideal scenario where we would have to turn people away. I don't know if Justin has further comments on that.
Madam Chair, just one clarification, one potential solution maybe to get through maybe the interim period is that currently the CBD Housing Initiative funds and the East Side Affordable Housing Initiative funds don't necessarily have specified uses or limitations on the uses, so you could always use those as bridges to loans if requests for loans came in, just as an option. I mean, I think that that's been floated by council members or board members as potential uses for those funds anyway. So I don't know if that would be something that you could consider to kind of bridge the time period issue.
It's also important to note that we have another loan fund in the city, and now that RDA is under economic development, they ought to talk to each other a little bit more closely. So I'm less concerned about, we're talking about two different loan funds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm not as concerned about the $6 million. Right.
Just, and I hate to speak in a way that might accidentally undermine some of the ideas that you've raised, but if you did want to go through the list that Jennifer has, then you could avoid using some of that loan money. And it does go back to a principle that you've had us follow, which was to not impair in any way the regular operation of RDA. So that's a thought. There is enough money. It's just a matter of the way in which you would like to put it together. So it isn't that you don't have enough. It's just the mix.
Right.
I'd love to look at Jennifer's
Yeah,
list.
I think that would be helpful. Do you want to walk us through it? Thank you.
And just as a maybe caveat over the whole conversation, this list was put together less than 24 hours ago, so it has not been vetted fully with the administration, although we did share it with them, and invited their comment on any potential operational concerns that it may cause. So with that, we can just go through in the Central Business District. And I guess the other note is that anywhere there was a proposal for a transfer to another fund within the RDA, we listed that amount, the full amount, in that other fund. So for example, the quiet zone funding does not appear under the Central Business District, it appears under the citywide housing banner. So first, the Utah paper box development that I believe was covered in the administration's option A. So this list was intended to be inclusive of the ideas raised in both option A and option B by the administration. So I don't know if there's any, want to talk about that further or, okay. Pioneer Park improvements, that's another project that's not necessarily contractually, contracts have not started on that yet. So that would be another source of funding.
Madam Chair, it says phase 2. Was phase 1 already completed, or have we not done phase 1 yet?
Phase 1, a portion of phase 1 was funded by the council, and the reason that this is on the list is that there has been a lot of dialogue about whether the second phase would need to be approved, whether there's been a community conversation recently, and whether phase 2 recognizes the historic nature of the park. So it seems to us that the ball is
Still in the air.
still a long ways in the air.
Okay.
The next is the Utah Theater redevelopment, and this is a project that's more an issue of not really having a specific target, so it's not clear how far the 691,000, which if added with the previous budget amendment is about 700-something thousand, gets you to redevelopment of the Utah Theater. So given that, felt like that money could be considered. Mid-block connections, as was raised by Councilmember Kitchen's idea. The Third South Public Art Project, thinking that there might be some way to reconsider reuse of existing art temporarily. Obviously, none of these ideas are, I'll just put that out there too, none of these ideas are great or feel good, but it's a sense of shaking out all of the couch cushions. CBD housing development, that was a proposal put forward in the administration's original budget amendment proposal. It was also included in the administration's option A to come up with $12 million. Next was the downtown parking study implementation for $100,000. That, again, is a funding without maybe a clear, precise target or a clear, precise implementation schedule. So if that funding was recaptured temporarily while we awaited reimbursement from the state, it might not be put that far behind.
Jennifer, given the interpretations from our legal counsel on programming, does this change our ability to use this $100,000 for a parking study?
The parking study is already complete.
I'm sorry.
It's the implementation of the study. So the study resulted in a number of potential implementation recommendations. They range greatly in terms of the cost as well as the management structure. So I think it would depend on the specific implementation step selected, whether or not RDA funds would be appropriate to use.
So
or
this
how
is
much.
not for a specific part of the implementation of the parking study?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know if there's.
No, this would be to have the funding set aside so that when we identify the next implementation step, we can participate in funding that and initiating that work.
Thank you.
Then there were other line items that to us seemed a little bit maybe like, obviously you wouldn't want to recapture all of the funds because clearly, like in the example of temporary property expenses, things like property tax, you want to pay that. You also want to fund emergency repairs. But considering that that line item appeared in a couple of the project area budgets, maybe there is a way to centralize a sort of temporary budget for that purpose and recapture whatever remaining temporarily so that those funds could be freed. Again, couch cushion approach. Then the transfer to citywide housing for the quiet zone and east side affordable housing we'll get to when we get to the citywide housing. Then Sugar House, Parley's Trail design and construction has been mentioned a couple times, could be funded with impact fees. McClellan streetscape improvements, this is another one that I think partially could be funded with impact fees depending on the scope. And it also depends on which version of the impact fee plan is in play. The new impact fee plan provides a lot more flexibility than the existing impact fee plan. We'll just say that. The DI site reuse plan and developer selection could be funded somewhere else in the RDA or through some other proposal. The transfer to citywide housing we'll talk about there. Temporary property expenses, again, maybe considered for partial reallocation or centralization of funds. West Capitol Hill, art. Art is one of those things that is sometimes funded separately and other times funded within specific projects. So it wasn't immediately clear to us if this was one of those cases where it was like this is the only art for that project. So we listed it just to be complete, but are willing to take that off if that's the only art for the project.
And to clarify, it is the art for the project, the
okay.
large, yeah.
So we can take that off.
Yep.
Okay. Then the transfer from program income fund and project area housing we will talk about there. Then the Arctic Court utility undergrounding you could consider, even though it's an urgent request. The RDA staff is requesting the council or the board consider this this month in terms of funding it just based on construction time schedules. 300 West streetscape improvements, because that's a multi-year funding approach, you could consider reallocating some of that since it's going to be a couple years anyway. Although that is the main reason that there is a RDA district in that area, so you might want to consider that. Then program income fund, we'll talk about that there. West Temple Gateway, temporary property expense we've talked about. Partial transfer from program income fund for the 9th South Street improvements. So the majority of this project is funded through West Temple Gateway increment, but the other part is funded in the program income fund. We can talk about it there. But these are street improvements that I think everyone is excited to see in the area, but again, it's not necessarily like the city backing out of a contract to reconsider these funds. Transfer from program income fund for West Temple Gateway utility undergrounding, we'll get to that in program income fund. And then the detached dwelling unit incentive program, that's a new program that hasn't been offered to the community before. Station Center art, this was another one where maybe we'll hear from RDA staff if that's the main art for the project. So this is an enhancement for art for the project, it seems like. So just to consider that. Then the circulation study, that's one item that the administration has requested the council look at funding on an urgent basis, so you could consider that, but again, not necessarily a contractual obligation to proceed with that study. The Folsom daylighting study could be funded with impact fees. And then RDA Properties Small Area Plan Study for $50,000 isn't a contractual obligation at this point, although it certainly progresses the reuse of that area, redevelopment of that area. Temporary property expenses, we've talked about. Loan programs, this is clarified that these, the funds for this loan were to come from the revolving loan fund fully, so that frees up the $339,000 that had been originally requested in the budget amendment to go for the Cicero loan, and $1.2 million for planning and site preparation for the Station Center project. And I'll just say these next three line items, the fairly large line items for Station Center, probably a little bit more staff coordination and research needs to be done to determine exactly to what extent the development partners are expecting certain improvements be done and on what schedule, so that, you know, we don't want to put in jeopardy any of those, but there might be some aspects of it that can be teased out and phased later. So just to consider that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
do we have a timeline that's been agreed upon with developers in that area?
We do, and we have some materials that we included in the board packet that outlines those timelines for there. And then we've also phased in the infrastructure improvements, so that the timeline for the phasing's broken down into 3 steps: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. We can provide additional information if the board requests that.
So then to the public market study and 100 South utility undergrounding design. Just some questions have been raised about trying to get a handle on what the magnitude of undergrounding utilities would be before funding design of that undergrounding, to see if that falls in the scope of the council's or the board's priority.
Can we just pause on that for a minute? So is my recollection correct that for undergrounding between 13th East and Sunnyside was going to be 38 million?
It was between 32 and 35, but yes. around
So
that.
about that for that stretch. So this design, so this money would be spent to come up with the design, right? But they could come back with a design that's going to cost 35 million or 40 million or 90
Or
million?
possibly 10 million.
Or 10 million, okay. So I'm wanting to know a little more about that. Go ahead. Yes, please.
This would be to bring the design to a 25% level where the feasibility can be better understood and the cost could be estimated. And what we've heard from Rocky Mountain Power, without them doing any of that work, is that an order of magnitude would be $3.5 million, somewhere in that vicinity, for the 2 blocks on the south side of 100 South, the burial of transmission and distribution lines.
And what we're suggesting as the council staff is that you invite Rocky Mountain Power in to have an update on where you've been in the past, how much you've invested, how practical it is to invest in money in some of these things, and so that you can better weigh it with your other priorities, because we're understanding you to say that housing is such a big priority that, and I don't know if doing one side of the street meets the needs. I know that doing both sides of the street is probably on the order of 10 million. So, so 3 million is a one side of the street number. So I would just suggest that you're not, you haven't had a recent enough policy discussion that you would move that ahead quickly is my suggestion.
Jennifer?
Then moving to the Granary District, partial transfer from Program Income Fund for Street Reconstruction. A big portion of it is funded by a Granary tax increment. So that's general street reconstruction in the Granary for 1.1 million. Again, it's not, it's obviously a priority for the area, especially given the potential future expiration, but it's not a contractual need or agreement. 400 West construction estimate for $100,000. $256,000 for fleet block redevelopment. That was included in the administration's option B, I think for the reasons that Justin mentioned before about the time frame. $200,000 for the adaptive reuse grant program is a new program. So again, removing it from the RDA's budget wouldn't necessarily because it's a new program proposed, it wouldn't necessarily cause constituents to lose something that they were expecting. Gale Street redevelopment and public art are also things that you could look at for potential partial, although those are very small amounts. North Temple, I-15 underpass pedestrian improvements. The other thing we understand about this was included in the administration's option B, and I think Justin mentioned that the time frame is not necessarily immediate. The other thing that council staff understands is that bond funds could actually be used to complete this project, leftover bond funds from the North Temple project. So that's something that you might want to look at while you're looking at if impact fees could fund other projects. Folsom Trail, City Creek daylighting. This is the North Temple portion of it. That could be funded with impact fees. The TOD development opportunities, otherwise known as the catalytic project. This is the North Temple tax increment portion of it, $120,000. Because there's not a specific project in mind, in theory, we were just putting everything on the table. $25,000 for Jordan River Parkway Trail connection. Program income fund is where I think the lion's share of just in pure dollars standpoint are, and really they're the most flexible dollars in terms of your legal options. So most of them are transfers to other funds. I'll just go through them quickly. $1.2 million to be transferred to the West Temple Gateway for utility undergrounding. That's another one where costs, the estimate is for $1.2 million. The actual costs could be more. The Depot District, transfer to the Depot District for the Station Center project of $1.5 million. Transfer to the Granary for street reconstruction of $1.5 million. Transfer to North Temple for catalytic project or development opportunities for $850,000. And then $1 million for the Small Business Building Purchase Program, which is, again, a new program that constituents wouldn't necessarily be expecting until the budget is approved. There's also partial reappropriations that the board can consider for some of these other line items like professional services or temporary property expenses. You might want to weigh that with what you're doing in the other funds. If you are reallocating some of those other funds, program income fund might be a good budget to keep so that you have flexibility, but you can decide that later. Transfer to West Temple Gateway for 9th South Street improvements, West Capitol Hill for the Arctic Court infill home. The Marmalade Block Park Phase 2 could be funded partially or wholly with impact fees depending on the version of the impact fee plan. So at least a part of that you could consider funding with impact fees. And then, as has been discussed, the seed funds for the State Street and 9-Line project area. Then project area housing, transfer to West Capitol Hill for the historic home restoration. That's a small amount, $90,000. This large amount is the transfer to North Temple for the TOD development opportunities or the catalytic project. This is where most of the funds for that project are coming from, $2.2 million. And then partial reappropriation could be considered for the Arctic Court infill home design. Then in citywide housing, this is where all the funds from the various project areas have been collected for the Quiet Zone, which now totals $3.8 million, and the Eastside Affordable Housing Initiative, which is $4.5 million. Both of those were included partially in the administration's option A for coming up with $12 million. I apologize, I haven't been calling out where other things have been included in the administrative options, but they're noted in the notes section on the far right of that list. There's also fund balances in every account, every fund for the RDA. As near as we can tell, we're not aware that state statute requires the RDA to carry fund balances. There's probably a host of good arguments why you would in case of emergency, needing to fund emergency expenses. But because there's not a state statute like there is with the general fund, where we're actually mandated by state law to carry 5% of general fund, or maybe it's 8% now, of general fund ongoing revenue, there might be some wiggle room there in terms of how much fund balance you want to carry or need to carry in each fund, or if you want to centralize fund balance, and maybe you have a single fund balance for the entirety of the RDA, and maybe it's in the program income fund where it's most flexible, and then if it needs to respond to a true emergency, it can be used in that way. It's just a financial management question that I think the board can discuss later. Then there's the revolving loan fund, which council staff will work probably in the next week or two to try to confirm exactly the commitments that are outstanding in the revolving loan fund and what exact cash on hand, but we've essentially used the number that was in the administration's option B since we figured that was safe ground. So that's the end of the list. Sorry if that's boring.
Board members, questions? Get out your calculators. Tell me what you're thinking.
And may you clarify, the only item on there that I think was already appropriated was the transfer to the Arctic Court Historic Home Restoration, $90,000. That's our loan that we provided as part of the renovation with the Utah Heritage Foundation. So that one does have a contractual,
Obligation.
but all the other ones are correct.
What
There's
line
no.
are you on, Ed?
I'm on line 74.
74, okay.
So just wanted to
Gotcha.
clarify that
Thank
we,
you.
in a previous budget appropriation, but all the other ones are correct.
Madam Chair, I had my calculator out while we were
Way to go.
listening. Jennifer, thank you very much. I know that this is kind of quick and dirty, but that's the reality of the timeline we're working with. And none of it is fun. But I have some numbers that I'd like to make a proposal. I still like Derek's proposal, but with this information, I'm going to offer a different one.
And what's your target number? Doing
$10
the
million
3 tiers?
in
And are you doing tiers?
3 tiers.
Okay.
Actually, why don't we talk about that? I think $8 million sounds like the comfort level that we liked for a first release. And perhaps we get up to 12 with 2 additional million releases.
2 million in 2 additional increments.
Increments, right. So if we go with that, gosh, I made a lot of highlights on here. I wish I could share this with all of you, but in the CBD, can I name for you the lines that I am highlighting? 1, 2, 4, 7, and 10, which brings my number to 3,720,000.
Sorry, 1, 2,
4, 7, and 10.
10.
And if someone else can do the math and make 3,720,000.
3,720,000. That is in line F up on the screen now.
Yeah, and I sure am open to friendly amendments. In the Sugar House section, I am looking at 17 and 19, which takes us to 75,000 there. No, this is for our current
17 and 19?
site location money.
That takes you to 3.795 million.
Yes. And then in the West Capitol Hill, I'm looking at just number 27 of 33,435. In West Temple Gateway, I'm looking at number 29 and 32, which together are 104,748. In the Depot District, I'm looking at number 34, 35, 39, 40, and 45. Together, that's 889,385.
Your running total is just under 4.9 million.
In Granary, I'm looking at number 48 and 49. That's 456,755. In North Temple, I'm looking at number 55 and number 58. There's 145 altogether for that section. I skipped program income fund, and I am only looking at, excuse me, I'd like to take half of number 75. And then skipping citywide housing down to fund balance and take half of every one of those numbers for 3.75 million there. So my proposal would be that if you like this and we could do some changes, But that we look at those funds maybe as funding blocks and tier out where we would be comfortable with tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3.
Thank you. Comments on that, board members?
I'm happy to
That
make proposals if no one
Percolate
does.
for a minute. Okay. Any other thoughts?
I had one
Andrew?
question on, geez, where'd it go? It was the undergrounding one on First South, number 45. As I understood it, there was a developer who needed to have that looked at fairly quickly. What's the time frame we were told on that?
My understanding is that they're, excuse me, they would like to make a decision of whether or not to move forward with the second phase of their development. And that involves property acquisition. So knowing the cost and feasibility and how the cost of burial would be handled is, it's pivotal to their decision making. And they have already started and well underway with a multifamily project that is on 500 West, immediately adjacent to the site. So this would be a second phase of that development, which could bring up to another 200 to 300 units of housing to the Depot District.
So yesterday they needed it done.
My understanding is it's urgent for them to understand whether or not this is worth continuing to consider this site.
Okay.
And Andrew, on that section, I was looking at taking 60,000 from number 33, so our additional art that we've set aside would still be at 100,000 on top of the project art. So if you wanted to do some swapping and leave number 45 in there,
I think it's
I'd
probably a good idea.
almost double it. We could add 60,000 from the Station Center art and still leave 100,000 extra in that project.
So 60,000 from line 33, or 60,000 from line 33 and
Restore
store
line
money in
45.
line 45, okay. You're at 10.33 million.
So my first proposal would be that in tier 1 we do the fund balances, because there's a portion from everything that we have in there. These aren't monies that are committed to existing projects right now, and that feels like a fair place to begin.
Would you feel comfortable going higher on that? Instead of half of fund balances going to a higher percentage to begin with for tier 1?
I don't know. I look at the 10, am I at 10 million, Jennifer?
10.3.
And I'd kind of like to, we're right in the range of where we, I think, kind of collectively want to be. And so if you want to make a case that we need 12 and that's the place to take it from, then make that case. But right now I'm comfortable with 10.3.
Yeah, I just
But
felt,
I like your feedback.
Sure, I thought the fund balances are probably a safe place to, not to empty these funds completely, but a safe place to go for immediate cash reserves. If we, essentially you keep fund reserves for these purposes for immediate needs. Seems like taking a larger percentage of the 7.5 might be a good idea to start with our base and then add on, like you're talking about, other areas from that.
Justin would like to.
I'd just like to point out fund balance. Our intent in establishing fund balances in each of our project areas is to have funding that would be available to cover the time frame of the fiscal year between July 1st and when we actually receive from the county our allocation of tax increment. So I would caution us to cut too deeply on that. I think we'd prefer to have the opportunity to evaluate this with finance and to identify, we have been working with them to identify these fund balances. These were not, so the figures that are proposed are not selected at random. This is a truing up of what we've been carrying as a fund balance to be consistent with the city's practice, as I understand it, of carrying a 5% fund balance. In our case, we've been looking for maintaining a fund balance in our project areas of about 5% of the tax increment that we collect in each of the project areas, with the exception being in the central business district, where we do have early in the year debt service obligations for the Eccles Theater, and we would therefore need to maintain funds, whether it's through a collective fund balance, as Jennifer had suggested, which is a unique and interesting idea and maybe worth pursuing, but if barring that, we'd like to have access to funds to be able to fund those expenditures before we receive our increment in the spring.
What is that amount for the Eccles debt service?
I think the September payment is on the order of $2.3 million. I'd have to double check that.
So if we went collective and we had 3.75, that would be sufficient for that. But we're not yet at a collective state.
Well, and I would add that the general fund practice on fund balance is maybe one that doesn't fit very well with RDA. I see what you're saying about wanting to have a cash reserve that you can pull from. You also have a lot of other areas that you could pull from. I think, maybe I'm wrong, I just haven't heard this.
I think there's I think there are two different things going on. The general fund doesn't carry fund balance to essentially to float its bills like the RDA has to. The general fund issues tax anticipation notes, which is essentially a bond to pay its bills for the first half of the year until we get property taxes. I wonder if that would be an option. I mean, we've never looked at it really. I wonder if that would be an option in the RDA's world. We've long, I think, lamented this timing of actually receiving cash versus the budget year that the RDA has to comply with. So maybe there are other options to look at. The real reason the general fund carries a fund balance is actually for bond rating agencies and for the credit rating of the city, along with, actual emergencies like, I don't know, a little flood on State Street or something. But I think that the RDA doesn't necessarily have that same burden since it's not judged by fund balance from the credit bureaus, not to the extent that we're aware of. So maybe there's just more research that needs to be done on that.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering what the 50% total is.
The total of all of these?
Yes.
Is $3.775 million.
And so that would be your tier one, Aaron?
That with, I would propose the line 75 from project area housing, that 2.15. That takes
Half of
us,
that? Isn't that what you said?
I did
is you
say
want
half of that. In my notes, I had all of it, but I proposed half of that. So that would take us to just under 5.
That would take you to 4.9 million, 4.85 million.
Yeah.
Tier one.
And then I might look at I don't know, what would you be comfortable looking at next? If we wanted to go with 1, we could look at the Depot District, which is approaching $1 million. Or we could go to CBD. We could take a single line from CBD, like Phase 2 Pioneer Park improvements, and we could fulfill Tier 1. This reminds me of DDCIP.
I also think that sorry, just observing, maybe tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 might be complicating it. I think that it's probably going to move so fast. I think maybe just prioritizing it might help accomplish
instead
the
of
same
making
thing.
Tiers, rank the funds in order of expenditure.
Or
that
even
makes
just
so much
generally,
sense.
or even just generally saying we'd like to spend fund balance first, housing funds last, and everything else in between, or something like that. I'm just thinking, because I don't think in actuality, logistically, it'll play out like, this dollar comes from this source and that dollar will come from that source. It'll
That
kind
makes
of be
sense.
a pooled fund.
I like that. Do you guys like that?
Makes sense. So with our top dollar amount being how much that we're?
The number 1 I would put on the fund balance, 3.75 million.
With the target area, targeting trying to get to 8 million,
Mm-hmm.
and then cascading into additional funds from other areas as we increase. And how do we technically do that for doing appropriations?
Well, first, just need a little clarification.
Okay.
Are you talking about going from proposal 1 from Board Member Kitchen or Board Member Mendenhall's proposal?
That is really good. I was looking at those, seeing option 1 and proposal 2.
Yeah, sorry.
And so, sorry, I was
I know,
thinking
I'm
that
not keeping up.
was the tier we were talking about earlier, so.
Plus you have A and B.
Yeah.
Yes,
and
yeah,
we
let's
also
keep
have A
them
and B
all.
in there. Proposal 1, proposal 2, I was not being specific, so I was just wondering how we make it work to appropriate some funds for immediate release, and it sounded to me like the majority of us were comfortable with 8 million, and then have lined up an additional 4 million should we need that.
Can I try that? Try.
I'm not
Well,
sure how that works.
It seems, because we need a fast route and you need flexibility, what you could do is say have your motion specify which funds you would like to see used first, and then do a contingent appropriation on the second part to say, should that not be adequate, the next funds available for use are XYZ. So really that whole thing is appropriated, but you've been very clear about what your
How it's
expectations
distributed.
are. Mhm.
Okay.
So when you come back, then you just have a clear record of what it was that you hoped would be.
And when we come back to pay it back, we know exactly where it goes,
Yes.
and probably is repaid in reverse order of how it came out.
Right.
Right?
We could
so
specify
what
that.
Yeah, what we cared about most gets paid back first, and so maybe it's.
And I wouldn't
direction.
spend a lot
Yeah.
of energy
On that.
on this piece because you haven't allocated these resources yet.
Right,
And so you still will have that opportunity
in the budget.
to do that. Mhm.
Yeah.
But we are understanding what you're saying is you'd like 8 million, that's certain, and then an extra bit that is available only if that is expended for the purpose designated.
Board members, I'm going to do a straw poll on that proposal, that our base is 8, and then with an additional 4 as needed, that we have a motion that is that kind of language, and the specifics we'll come back to, but as a general idea, all in favor of that?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
I liked what Jennifer said a minute ago, though, that we look at 12 million or 10 million, whatever number we're comfortable with, and we don't clump it into
Right,
tiers any
right.
longer, that we just
Okay.
open it up in order of priority so that it's not 8 million all at once, it's just whatever they need to draw from.
Okay.
I have an alternate proposal, which
Okay,
may
just
work.
one
Okay.
second. Andrew, did you have a comment on that?
If we're going to allocate and say you have up to 12 million, then you have up to 12 million. Whether you say it's 8 and 4, it's still
Yeah.
12. So I don't know how complicated
Math
this
I
is going to
learned is that
get.
way.
Madam Chair, I wonder if we should straw poll 10 and 12 million to see which we feel more comfortable with.
Okay, but Derek, do you want to make your proposal before we do that?
Sure, and it's kind of a combination between what Aaron pitched and what I had suggested earlier. So I like, using half of the fund balances at 3.75 million and prioritizing that first. So my suggestion would be to take 3.75 million from fund balance plus 1 million from mid-block connections plus 50,000 or 500,000 each from the 2 new project area seed funds, still leaving $1 million for each of those. And that takes us to $5.75 million, almost 6 million, which would be tier 1. And then from there, the administration could pull from cash on hand any additional money they would need from the revolving loan fund. That would get us to 11.75.
Almost 12.
Did you
So
say,
5.8 million in tier 1, is that right? The mid-block connections for 1 million, the, sorry, I had one in there. 5.77 million. The 500,000 each from project area seed funds.
Yep.
And then the fund balances, half of the fund
Half
balances.
of the fund balance.
Okay. And then
The rest would
the
be-
rest, and would the rest be to 10 million or to 12 million?
That would take us to 11.75 million if
Oh,
they
so
needed.
you're saying all 6 would be?
I'm just saying that would be
Got it.
available if they needed it. So let's
Got
say
it.
they only needed 7, then they wouldn't draw,
Okay.
obviously, all 6 million, but we would prioritize, as Aaron suggested, the fund balance, half of the fund balance plus $2 million, half coming from mid-block, the other half coming from seed money, and then we would have the revolving loan fund to draw from as needed, up to 11.75.
Okay, so let's, should we straw poll this starting with $10 million? And then after that, we'll do 12. James?
Actually, Madam Chair, I'm good with what Derek
With that,
proposed.
with this proposal?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, then let's straw poll Derek's proposal. All in favor of that proposal? Erin's thinking it over. She's doing the math. They see it ticking. Okay. Everyone is in favor of that proposal.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So we will
we will give,
draft a motion that will
yeah,
hopefully
we'll
reflect
give
that.
you, and we are going to, at this point, finish it. We've finished this discussion for the time being. We'll come back with a motion in a few minutes. We'll go for a commercial break, which doesn't mean leave. It means that we have, I promised at 2 o'clock we would continue our public hearing on the budget, and we were in executive session at that point. Is there anyone who is here to speak on our proposed budget? And if there is not, then I need some direction, Margaret, in order to adopt a motion on the budget, on any of the budget things that need to be adopted. Do we need to close that? Okay, so.
Close it, but you've noticed one for next week at 7 PM. So there will be another opportunity. But
Right.
technically, you need to close it before you act on any of the
Okay,
items.
and so is next week, it's continuing to be open, but can we revisit things that we've adopted? We cannot, can we?
So you're closing this particular public
Right.
hearing.
Portion
You've
of
also
it.
noticed another one
A
for
second
next
public,
week.
okay,
And
distinct and different.
distinct but different, and you could
Okay.
continue to amend the budget even without that second hearing.
Okay.
You don't have to do any of that today.
Okay, great. Then I would look for a motion to close the public hearing for today.
Second?
It's moved by Board Member Luke, seconded by Board Member Kitchen. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, then at that juncture, we will take a 5-minute break, which really means it'll be closer to 10, knowing us. So reconvening, please, at 5 minutes to 4, and we will continue to plow through the budget. Thank you. reconvene. And thank you.
Madam Chair, just as a follow-up to the previous discussion that we had, we took a couple minutes to caucus with finance, and I think we're comfortable with the direction that the board is heading with regards to the sources for funding for the HRCs. However, we would very much like to take the opportunity to discuss with bond counsel to make sure that we're preserving the RDA's credit rating, and just to confirm with them what advice they would have for us in terms of an appropriate fund balance to maintain. But for the foreseeable future, to support this effort, I think we can proceed unimpeded with funding certainly coming from the fund balance as was proposed. But we definitely would want to have the ability to engage with bond counsel to confirm whether that has any impact on the RDA's operations and our credit rating.
See if we've got Margaret or Katie here. And I want to make sure that we have that kind of time, but I think that's important. And so like today, you're talking about bond counsel?
No, specifically, I think we would be comfortable if the board were to adopt a second amendment hypothetically that included those funding sources.
Okay.
We would be comfortable, and I think we'd want to reserve the ability to confirm with bond counsel that maintaining that fund balance when the entirety of the RDA's budget for this year is adopted, that wouldn't be problematic. And if it is, then what we might include in future budget discussions is truing up the fund balance to make sure that we have the appropriate level that bond counsel would recommend.
Great. Okay. And I'm getting a nod from finance, so that's encouraging. All right. Jennifer, do you want to let me know when we are ready with a motion? It doesn't need to be right now. We can move down the agenda to the next item and come back to it.
Part of the motion sheet references both housing funds and urgent items. So
okay, so
I don't
would
know
you
if
like
want
us to move forward?
You might as
okay,
well,
let's
and then
do
we
that.
can incorporate that into the motion
all right,
sheet.
let's do that. Thank you so much for pointing that out. Of course it does. My eye went down the page a little bit. So we teed up housing, and board members, you had an email from me a couple days ago, late last week, saying this would be the opportunity to, in James's terms, go big or go home in terms of how we utilize RDA funds. And I know Aaron wants to talk about housing. I think we all do, because we all really feel like homelessness and housing are really hand in glove, and that we need to be on a parallel track to address both of those. So I'm going to start with Aaron, and if anyone else has something they would like to present, then we'll go there. Go ahead.
Thanks. And I'm a little bit on the fly because of the changes we just made. But Jennifer, would you mind coming up and bringing back up that same screen of budget line items that you had? Because now that we've shifted a bunch of things, that is a document I want to work off of right now.
The menu.
Yep, the menu of options. Because some of the funds that I've identified in working up till today have been reallocated just now, but that's okay. We can work on the fly. And I wanted to remind us of something that Justin mentioned. At least $4.5 million. I'm sorry, he said up to 4.5, but it was actually at least 4.5. It wasn't that we were going to try to get to 4.5. We were going to try to go beyond that. And I have a proposal today that I think I've talked with most of the board members about, and that I really want input on, and I know that Derek has some ideas too that will complement it. So if we can walk through this in a new way. Jennifer, tell me when you're ready, and if we can start up at the top, I'm going to make a proposal.
So, okay.
Because while you're getting there, to my fellow board members, James, you're right, that we can go big or go home. And we get to go home. Dang it. I know. So we're going to make more homes for people to go home to. And that's us going big. See that? We like turned it all onto its head and it works. Because we know that the RDA has an incredible opportunity financially to achieve priorities for this city. And at the same time, achieve RDA priorities. And we're going to do that with housing. We have the opportunity to do that in all of our project areas. And we can talk about where we do it in another meeting. But today I just want to talk about money and that 4.5, at least 4.5. I'm going to make a proposal that's more than double that. So if you guys have this out, should I just start going through it? I'm looking for number 1, number 2, number 6, 7, and 10 in the first section. 1, 2, 6, 7, 10.
Madam Chair, just for the benefit
Yes.
of the television audience and for people that don't have
It's in
direct
front of them.
access,
Want me to read it out?
could
Yeah,
we
we'll
say the
read those out.
numbers as well as the titles?
That's what it is.
Sure.
Yep, thank you.
So 1 is Utah Paper Box Development, $500,000. 2 is Pioneer Park Improvements Phase 2, $1.73 million. 6 is CBD Housing Development, $4.468. 7 is Downtown Parking Study Implementation at $100,000, and number 10 is the temporary property expenses for CBD at $390,000. And that takes us to $7.188 million already. If we move down into Sugar House, I'm looking for number 13, 17, and 19, which is Parley's Trail Design and Construction, which we can fund entirely with impact fees. Number 17 is the DI Site Reuse Plan and Developer Selection. And number 19 is the temporary property expense for that district or that project area.
So, Madam Chair, before we move on, Aaron, can you give me just why you're reasoning for doing the DI site reuse plan and developer selection?
My very honest opinion is that I hope that we're looking at city and RDA owned properties for housing and other people locating needs in our city. And I don't think that with those needs at the top of our list, we should be going out for RFP on development of properties that we own right now. And that's a small, relatively small amount of money. That, on the other hand, this fund that we're looking to put together could actually end up funding that very thing on this very property. So instead of having it be a separate line item within a Sugar House budget area, I'd like to pull that into housing, and it may end up developing the very property. Should I keep going? So that Sugar House gives us $427,699 on top of the 7.1. From West Capitol Hill, I'm looking for number 27. But when I was looking at the Marmalade Phase 2 in the budget before, it was 1.3 million, and I understood that we could use half of that impact fees.
Right. The majority of that is in program income fund. So if you look down in program income fund, that's where it is.
Okay, thank you. So 35,000 from this section. I'm sorry, 33,435. West Temple Gateway, I'm looking at number 29 and 32, which is the temporary property expense for that project area and the detached dwelling unit incentive program, as much as I love it. But that's housing, and we're talking about housing. So it's not necessarily going to something else. That West Temple Gateway is 104,748, if my math is right. In the Depot District, I'm looking again for 60 of the 160,000 extra money for art. So take the Station Center art of number 33 down to 100,000. Number 34 is the Fifth West Rio Grande Depot Circulation Study at 95,000. 35 is the Folsom Trails City Creek Daylighting Study, which we can fund entirely with impact fees. $329,661. Number 39, temporary property expense for Depot District at $125,000. Number 40, loan programs, formerly identified for Cicero loan at $339,724. And then I'm going to leave it at that for that area. And then granary, I'm looking at number 48 and 49, which is fleet block redevelopment at $256,755, and adaptive reuse grant program at $200,000. North Temple, I'm looking at the potential for using leftover bond funds on number 54, so that would give us $127,26. Again, we can use impact fees on number 55, which gives us $25,000 on the Folsom Trail City Creek daylighting. Number 58, $120,000 for the partial transfer from PIF project area housing. And then the only other one is on the other side of under project area housing for number 75. I'm looking for half of that 2.15, which is $1,075,362.
You mentioned the impact fees eligibility for the Marmalade Block Park Phase 2.
Oh, thank you.
That's on line 71.
Thank you.
But I don't know, did you want to capture that for this particular
I did,
initiative,
and that was in my original proposal, so I was just trying to merge what just happened with what I've been planning to propose, and I missed that one. So it's just half of that amount that's eligible for impact fees. About $700,000, a little under. Where does that take us, Jennifer?
Adding in the half from North Temple TOD development opportunities, you're at 11.2 million.
I'm happy with that. And I would love anyone else's ideas on creating a housing fund.
Before we hear from Derek, go ahead, Justin.
Two things. I apologize, I wasn't able to follow that list, so may I suggest that we walk through it one more time, make sure that we're tracking it. And then one thing to bear in mind is that we are proposing to fund temporary property expenses. And this is all in the in the Second Amendment. This is all in the context of the budget actions being taken to date with regards to the current fiscal year, including the First Amendment. We're intended to fund our operations through the month of November. And given the date where we are today, we're approaching a point where we could run out of funds, including for temporary property expenses. So if there's another suggestion that was mentioned by council staff in terms of how we might otherwise fund temporary property expenses, be interested to hear that. And I would then want to navigate a path going forward for including that within the budget. And the message from my perspective is just to make sure we don't lose sight of the fact that we will eventually, and very soon without a new budget adoption, run out of funds to properly maintain our property. And so we'd be eager to identify a way in which we can continue to do that.
Madam Chair?
Cindy Gush Jensen.
Just if maybe we could work with you to get a better understanding of those. We've been given some general categories, but if you're getting near to have those spent, then you can probably give us actuals or something like that that would help us with that. That's just been our hesitation, is that we don't quite have we understand the tax part, we understand a couple of other parts, but we don't have our heads around it yet, so.
And
no one wants you not to maintain property, I promise, but we just didn't understand.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
When I added up, I've got 4 polls from temporary property expenses, and it totals $589,748, if I'm correct on that, which is not an insignificant amount of money, but in the context of $11 million. I'd love to hear more of this conversation, and we can debate that later.
And to Justin's point, I think what council staff was getting at before was that maybe there's a way in the interim, and this, again, this was in the context of the homeless resource center site discussion where the funds could eventually be reimbursed. So that might change things, but the idea of using program income fund to sort of, get through the sort of unknown time period, I guess, as a centralized flexible account. It has a temporary property expenses line item anyway. Maybe that fund could be used to offset, whatever was needed in the districts. But this is a different proposal, so I'm not sure, we could talk more about that.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm just wondering if Aaron would be willing to, it's 5% what we're talking about at $500,000, and if we don't have the property maintenance money there, it really worries me. That's what I do every day, and if I don't have money to maintain my properties, we're in trouble. So I would prefer if we could not touch the money and just look at it a different way unless we can find another way to fund it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm open to that. And I want to just note that everything I just told you is off of this thing that Jennifer put together this morning, which is like the tip of the iceberg of RDA budget, right? And I only did that because I had a $21 million proposal here that we gobbled up a good chunk of, rightfully so, on our previous discussion. But this is not all of the RDA money. This is not all of the money in every project area by any stretch of the imagination. So this is what I just proposed here is a really conservative proposal, frankly, to what we are capable of coming up with. So I'm completely open to saying this doesn't really work to take it from here, but I think that it doesn't mean that there isn't maybe quadruple that amount somewhere else that we haven't even looked at just yet. So that's why I'd really love us to build this together.
Sure. Madam Chair?
Yes.
A couple of things, Aaron. One, the Central Business District parking study. I don't know how far that 100,000 was going to go as far as implementation. Do you have any sense of that?
We had no project.
There's no plan.
There's no plan at all at this point whatsoever? Because that's something I'd like to pursue as a way to get at our housing, because if we look at the parking ordinance, that can free up a lot of space for more units. If we can get our parking under control in some areas, we can look at smaller parking requirements, more apartments, those kind of things, some more housing. So I'd like to see if we could sort of leverage that in some way, and also help economic development and retail, et cetera, those kind of things. The second thing is with the North Temple, previously known as the Catalytic Project, now known as the TOD.
We're going back to Catalytic Project.
The Catalytic Project. One of the intents of that is also to try and spur more development, especially housing on North Temple. And I'm not opposed to looking at that as a way to help with this, but I don't want to just gobble it into housing citywide. If we can get some catalytic stuff going on North Temple, we can get more private development, I think, and look at our housing ordinances as well to get more housing that way. So figuring out how to balance those two things.
I don't mean to give the impression that any of these that I'm proposing, we shift proposed money, or we shift allocations or proposed allocations from, means that we shouldn't prioritize them or that they shouldn't be happening.
Sure.
We also haven't acknowledged the catalytic nature of the rodeo arena that is happening and that we've committed to $1 million to contribute to. That is a catalytic project that's going to be happening on North Temple, unless there's news I haven't heard about in that area. So we keep talking about this like unknown catalytic project of North Temple. Well, there is a rodeo arena coming that we are a partner in. So anyway, I just want to challenge all of us to say, let's look at not just this paper where I just pulled these numbers from, but the whole budget. Because I don't think you have to say, we're going to pull that money necessarily out of this proposal. Why don't we look at the context of the whole budget in here and maybe make some exchanges?
Sure.
I get where you're going with that, Aaron, and there's still questions in regards to funding of our portion of the rodeo arena, where that money's going to come from, and that's why for me, renaming the North Temple Catalytic Project to a TOD that's a little bit frightening. I think it needs to be, it needs to stay as a catalytic project. And that being said, who's to say that there isn't going to be more money being spent on North Temple with this? I just think, I don't want to sell ourselves short, and that's why, you know, and looking at your proposal, I'm in favor of it, because I think there will be a lot more money for developers to look at and actually come to us and propose something.
Madam Chair.
Go for it, Derek.
Thanks for putting all of this together, Aaron. I agree with what James was saying last week about our attitude for housing. We ought to go big. This is a huge priority for us this year. It's going to continue to be a priority for the city of Salt Lake into the future indefinitely. If you look at what's happening in Salt Lake, we have a 2% vacancy rate. Prices are just going sky high. We had our update from Housing and Neighborhood Development a few weeks ago. It's clear we have to do something. Even if we spend $11 million or $20 million or $50 million on housing today, in 5 years from now, we're still going to be talking about the need for affordable housing. To me, with this reimagination of the RDA, the separation of powers and moving RDA underneath economic development, in my opinion, there is no greater economic development initiative that the city of Salt Lake could do than push an ambitious housing policy forward. So while I agree with the concerns around pulling some money out of the North Temple Catalytic Project, this is coming from Program Income Fund as is, so it's not like we're pulling money out of North Temple. I see this package of resources that we're putting together for housing as being spent in some capacity on North Temple, for sure, just as I see it being spent in downtown and in all of our other project areas. We have to get a grip on housing in Salt Lake City, or else we're going to suffer economically in the long run. So I support Aaron on every one of these line items. And I would also propose that in the Depot District, we look at line item 41, 42, and 43, which is an additional $6.5 million that I think we should add to Aaron's proposal.
And just for the folks watching at home.
I think we should add planning and site preparation, whatever that means, Phase 1, Market Street and SMB construction, and partial funding from Program Income Fund for Phase 2 of 300 South and Woodbine Court construction. That brings us to $6.4 million in addition to what Aaron proposed. I don't know what the grand total is if you put ours together.
17.6 million.
So my proposal is that we have $17.6 million set aside for housing for immediate use. In fact, I have an additional side proposal that I'm going to pass out to all my colleagues right now. Lisa.
I'll pass those down. Justin, do you want to comment?
Madam Chair, just an issue that I think was raised earlier in our discussion today is that we have made commitments to put in place some of the infrastructure improvements that are captured by some of those items. I apologize, I can't tell you exactly which one right now, but certainly planning and site preparation, most likely number 41 and 42. The RDA has under contract 2 properties that we're in the process of selling for redevelopment, and the plans for those development projects and commitments that we've made depend upon us making those infrastructure improvements. We also have one project underway right now in Station Center, which is the Beehive Brick project, and I think without having the opportunity to capture all of those commitments here, we'd like to have the opportunity to study those and come back to you as a board so that you fully understand the commitments that we've made on ongoing projects.
So it's our understanding that everything on this list is not directly committed legally.
I think the caveat that we gave before about the time frame was that we need to spend some more time with the administrative staff to figure out what is actually tied legally versus people would prefer things to be done on a certain time frame. So there's probably some of both tied up in those, especially this particular project. But given the time frame, we weren't able to do that due diligence before this list was put together.
Can I ask you if you can just tell us a little bit about 41, the planning and site preparation? What And maybe maybe you can or someone else can.
Certainly.
Thank you.
I think it would be best for Ed to answer that question. His team is really overseeing our efforts in the Depot District project area. So he is much more closely in tune with the work that could be funded through this funding.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to cut you
Sure.
off, Ed.
Sorry.
I would really like to finish my thought on this proposal.
I'm sorry.
If that's
I
okay.
apologize. Yeah,
No,
I'm
that's
so
okay.
sorry.
I understand that there's always going to be feelings around each one of these line items, and I'm sure that we're going to make modifications as we go.
I
But
apologize.
I
Go
think that
finish
where
up.
we're going right now, it's really important that we stay on track in talking about housing and how we're going to put these resources to good use for the city of Salt Lake in the long run. So I see two very great needs here. We have short-term and long-term housing needs in Salt Lake City. I think when we look at homelessness, the solution to homelessness is housing. We currently have about 11% of the road home population that are residing more than 6 months. They are using the road home as long-term permanent housing. They are consuming 62% of the resources. We can't talk about siting shelters without talking about housing. So my proposal is that we recommend to Redevelopment Agency staff, Housing and Neighborhood Development staff, and City Council staff to work together to bring all of our ideas as a council together and come to some sort of solution, some sort of program that we can put together with our housing resources that I'm proposing here to start addressing the real need for deeply affordable housing for people who desperately need it in our community. This will also relieve quite a bit of pressure on these shelters that we're talking about siting in Salt Lake City. So I have two short-term proposals. One is that we divide the money. A chunk of it goes toward addressing the 11% or so that are using the road home on a permanent basis. The second chunk of the three chunks would go toward low-interest loans or grants or some sort of program that the city rolls out that would be designed to partner with the development community to amplify our investment. And we can discuss later on how that exactly looks, but I think that as a body, we need to prioritize how we're going to direct the resources that we're carving out today. And you can see right here, I have my priorities listed out. I think the most important priority is that we tie affordable housing dollars to city-owned property. That's how we're going to get the most bang for our buck in the long run. I have the second priority I think is important as well when we're working with the development community. We need to look toward projects that are built to maximize efficiency and with reduced costs. We need to be moving on projects that are shovel-ready, things that are ready for construction as soon as possible. Of course, we need to address, the underserved community of, those who are disabled or more vulnerable. And then to Aaron's point from earlier this year, I think we should prioritize the creation of affordable housing in higher income areas of the city. So those are my two proposals for the short term. The third chunk of money, however we end up deciding this, needs to be broken up. I think it needs to go toward what Mike Ackerlow suggested we do, which is create a community land trust. I think we need to take some of this money as seed money for a new community land trust program that will work toward leveraging private philanthropic dollars over the long run to acquire land and stabilize housing and take ownership over rental units that can ensure long-term affordability. So my proposal is simple. We address the deeply affordable need for housing for those using the road home. We work with the development community to amplify our investment and make it go further, hopefully by double or triple. And then we seed money a new a community land trust so that we can start addressing the long-term needs of affordability in Salt Lake.
Mayor and then Aaron.
Thank you. I think it's important that everyone understand that plans like this should involve the state and the county as well, as simply because we know that this 11% is not a population that is just from Salt Lake City, and that partnering would help alleviate some of the pressure on our shoulders. I think, too, you should know that there is an interest at the state and county level to help with this segment of the population. And so as we are making decisions at the city level, let's remember that people are coming to Salt Lake City simply because we have services. That doesn't mean that we have to solve all the problems that come as individuals show up for assistance. And it is, of course, our role to always continue to be partners. And that is an important role that we want to maintain. But let's not try to be the solver of 100% of the problems that people are experiencing when they experience homelessness. I think that's important to understand. And the way I'm reading this, it sounds like we are taking this full 11%.
Now, Mayor, I would be happy to take this and make it a contingent appropriation based on partnership with the city or with the county and the state. Because you're right, we absolutely need wraparound services if we're going to address the chronically homeless population, because it's not just as simple as placing them in a housing unit. They need the services that go along with it.
They need services, but they also need housing that is really truly closer to their own home. It's much easier to get reconnected with family if you are back in your community and the housing is being supplied there and services are also being supplied there. So the no wrong door mentality that we are trying to create with this new model would help facilitate that if you have housing near your home where you came from, that you would also be able to obtain the services you need.
Aaron.
This is fun. This is pretty exciting. What I think is fun is that I came up with this months ago for this East Side affordable housing conversation to talk about a way for us to stem the tide of concentration of affordable and low-income development on the west side of our city. And that as a government, we have the opportunity to bridge a gap that the market can't bridge because of property values on the east side. And that's why I started this in this at least $4.5 million. And I think it's really exciting that now it's like, it's spinning into all of these other housing needs that are completely legitimate and fit into our broader housing discussion. But I don't want to lose track of what we originally committed to, which was to help us bridge that gap in the marketplace. And when you talk about wanting investments and wanting the kind of development along North Temple and in other areas on the west side, that would be assisted by East Side affordable housing dollars. So I want to keep our sights on at least a portion of this money still going to that goal, which is an incredible opportunity that really only we have to bridge that gap. And it is a service to where we are currently concentrating low income and affordable housing, and we are not concentrating it on the east side, and we lead to a segregated community. That's where we're at, and that's why I started this 4.5 conversation. I love that it's much bigger than that now. I love that the dollar amount is much bigger than that, but I want to reinsert that there was intention here, and I don't want to lose focus of at least a portion of that.
So, Madam Chair, I want to add to what Derek's saying is that I agree. We have to reach out to the state, the county, all service providers with this. But I think something that's really important is that we tie it to the opportunity index in creating opportunities and bridging that gap from the east and west side. I think that's really a key component for us in moving forward. And who's to say that we don't have, once somebody sees how much money we're willing to put into, a housing trust fund or whatever you want to call it, that we don't have matching money or people donating to it as well. Because what was the program? 5,000 doors? Yeah, 5,000 doors. I don't know how many doors we've been able to reach, but this would accomplish a huge amount. I mean, we're 7,500 units shy. And if you're looking at building these units out at 150,000 a unit, I mean, we are, I think, right within that budget to reach that number. I mean, it's right there. It is right there.
May I?
Go ahead, Derek.
I think the question we need to ask ourselves as a body is, are we serious about affordable housing or not? If we are, then everything goes out the window right here. the RDA has put in a lot of work. The staff has done a fabulous job laying out priorities based on strategic plans and the way business has been done for so long. But as far as I'm concerned, the strategic plans are no longer important. I think we could, as a policy direction, say that for the next 3 years, as the redevelopment agency, our priority is housing, because we can make such a strong correlation between economic development and the great need for affordable housing in Salt Lake City. So this proposal that Aaron started and that I'm adding to, and I hope we can all put fingerprints on this and make it work. But we are staying within our role as a board, which is policy and budget. That's all we can do. So obviously there's a lot we can do when we put on our city council hats. We can start addressing the policy, the systemic issues of affordable housing around zoning and others that really affect affordable housing. But with the RDA, we have one opportunity right now with a good chunk of money, and I intend to not make a little dip, but a huge splash, and this is our opportunity. So I hope we can get this done.
Further comment, Justin?
Nothing to add, just the questions that are raised about TPE expenditures and certainly on Station Center. So if the board is, I can appreciate the point, certainly, but I would caution us that we'd like to have the opportunity with legal counsel to evaluate what are our contractual obligations in those particularly in the Depot District project area, to make sure that we fulfill those commitments and report back to you on what, if anything, would need to change under this proposal.
Thank you. Further discussion on this, board members?
Just a suggestion which would really help me out. On all of these items that we've pulled the money to put into this fund, can you highlight the items that are impact fee eligible so that we have that on the list? Just highlight it in, orange or something like that so we know which are impact fee.
I think some of them.
They say it, but I am talking
you
about in the
want
future
you want a
before we go.
visual.
It would make it a lot easier for me.
Okay.
So 352,000 for Parley's Trail. Folsom daylighting, Folsom City Creek daylighting.
I think there's 3 of them. There's the Marmalade,
Parley's
and Folsom. And the Marmalade is only half.
Is McClellan any?
McClellan, we need a little bit more, I would say we need a little bit more research on. I think the way that it was described as streetscape improvements caused it to maybe not initially be considered for impact fees, but part of that is a hawk signal, which pedestrian safety devices are impact fee eligible. So I think we just need to do kind of a second lap that maybe part of the project scope is impact fee eligible.
Okay.
That doesn't appear to be on Council Board Member Mendenhall's list.
Well,
and I didn't know.
If it's impact fee eligible, I want it on the list.
Yeah,
pull it.
Do we maybe do half just to be, because I don't know if the full scope is impact fee eligible, but I know that pedestrian safety improvements usually are, but.
Sure, that'd be great. Thanks, Jennifer.
Can we find out and then later come back and pull it as well?
Yes. And I didn't know, one suggestion before was to go through the full list, but I don't know if we have time for that or if you want us to do that or.
Go through a second time?
Just,
yeah, I think
we were
that
going
would,
kind of fast
yeah,
before.
I think everyone take a big deep breath. This is huge that we've done this, and I mean it in the huge, the way H-U-G-E, not Y-U-G-E. And I think it'd be worth going through it again. I think that's well worth our time.
Okay. So number 1 would be $500,000 from the Utah Paper Box development. Number 2, $1.7 million from Pioneer Park improvements. And when I say from a certain project, I think it stands to note that these were proposed projects in the administration's budget. They're not existing project budgets that are like established. So just keep that in mind.
And Jennifer, is any of that Pioneer Park improvements phase 2 money impact fee eligible?
No.
It's not clear that it is. I think there's probably a deeper level of analysis that could be done under the new impact fee plan, that some elements might actually fit in the new impact fee plan, at least on my reading. Go ahead.
So I met with Lisa Schaefer this afternoon, and the idea is to add ball fields and relocate some trees and relocate the restrooms. And so while the restrooms will not be impact fee eligible, things like adding ball fields will be. So like Jennifer said, it's a mix.
That, though, would necessitate that a new impact fee plan be adopted. So there might be a timing issue there anyway. 4.46 million from CBD housing development, line 6. 100,000 from downtown parking study implementation, line 7. Line 10, 390,000 from temporary property expenses. And this was the proposal. I don't know if you want to, board member Rogers voiced some concern about this. I don't know if you want to straw poll things or how you want to handle it, but I could just keep going. How do you want to do?
I would just make the push that we don't touch that money until there's a clarification on it.
Okay, I'm going to straw poll that. Okay, want to make you, yeah, Aaron, go ahead.
You're talking about, I assume, all 4 proposals for temporary property expense.
500,000 amount, roughly, okay? So do you want to make a proposal?
Yeah, I just move that we take that money and put it back into the temporary property expenses, the 4 accounts that we have pulled the money from currently.
Do we need to move that because we haven't voted on any of
No,
this?
we aren't moving it, that's just.
Let's just straw poll it then, keep the money where it's
I
at.
just wanted to hear what it was. Okay, those in favor of leaving the 500,000 in the temporary expense fund?
It's like 590.
Yeah, thank
Whatever
you.
the amount comes to, just
Thanks.
leave it where it is.
Okay, that is unanimous, that.
Okay. Then line 13 and 14 could both be funded with impact fees. So 352,000 from the Parley's Trail Design and Construction to be funded with impact fees, and then 122,000 for the McClellan streetscape improvements that will research further if a hawk signal is indeed impact fee eligible in that case. 40,000 from DI site reuse plan and developer selection. 35, that would be removed. So just in Sugar House, just that 40,000 from the DI site reuse plan. Then in West Capitol Hill, 33,000 from Marmalade Block Park because that would be impact fee eligible. Then in West Temple Gateway, the detached dwelling unit incentive program is for 65,000. Then in the Depot District, $60,000 from Station Center Art, so the remaining proposal would be for $100,000 for that project. Line 34, the 500 West Rio Grande Depot circulation study, which the administration had flagged as an urgent funding item for the board. On line 35, to be funded with impact fees, $329,000 for the Folsom City Creek daylighting study. Removing temporary property expenses. $339,000 that was freed up because it's clarified that it was not needed for the Cicero loan. And then lines 41, 42, and 43. In total, RDA staff has flagged items 41 and 42. I don't know if I should also flag line 43. Okay. As needing further discussion with legal counsel to establish what the legal obligations for those amounts are. Granary District, line 48, the Fleet Box redevelopment for $256,000. Line 49, $200,000 for the Adaptive Reuse Grant Program. Line 54, I-15 underpass improvements could be funded with remaining bond funds. Folsom City Creek daylighting project could be funded with impact fees. That's $25,000. Line 58, the North Temple catalytic project for $120,000 from increment in addition to the program income fund. Then in the program income fund, everything stands except the Marmalade block phase 2, which could be funded with impact fees. Project area housing, half of the North Temple catalytic project for $1 million, line 75. And in citywide housing, nothing in citywide housing. So it's maybe worth noting that the $4.5 million that Board Member Mendenhall was referencing for the East Side Affordable Housing Initiative would actually be in addition to that now $17.1 million. Because it's not necessarily counted. I don't know if the board wants to combine the two or leave them separate?
I think we leave the 4.5 as
own-
dedicated the way it
okay,
was, but it's
great.
part of our overall package for housing. So we're now at $21 million for housing.
And who's to say that we don't add more money to that from the original 17?
Right. So for the purposes of the budget documents, we'll leave them separate, but,
We'll know that there's 21 million.
Yeah.
600.
and then that is it. So the total with the temporary property expenses removed is 17,138.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, that's also without 41, 42, 43, right? Or is
So
it with
41,
those?
42, and 43 are included right now. Maybe a safer, I don't know, what does the board prefer?
I mean,
I want to see what it looks like. I want to see both numbers.
Okay, so without those items, you're at 10.7. So
I would prefer to keep them in there. I mean, obviously, if there's a legal issue, we can address that once it comes up. But as far as my understanding, based on where we're at here, is that that's not obligated.
Yeah, we just need
We-
to
we
confirm
wanna-
it.
We want to confirm that, and
Yeah.
did you have another question? I was going to ask Justin if you have anything you want to add.
Well, we haven't yet had the opportunity to discuss it. I know we've discussed it briefly at our last meeting, and we identified it as an urgent funding item, but Jennifer did point it out, and so I do want to make sure that the board understands that one of these items, item number 34, is listed as an urgent item, that we would request an appropriation of funding so that we could get underway with studying some reconfiguration opportunities for the 500 West Park blocks. This is an issue that has come to our attention due to issues and concerns that property owners, business owners, and the Downtown Alliance, as a representative of our business community, have raised with us on the current situation on 500 West and the park blocks and how those spaces are currently being utilized. And the purpose of funding this study would be to look at what are the short and long-term opportunities to make improvements that could help to alleviate that situation. So I just wanted to point that out as something that is an urgent need from our perspective. It's in response to issues and concerns that property owners and the business community have raised with us, and would ask for your consideration of that in looking at that as a potential funding source.
Madam Chair.
But, yes, go ahead.
I'd like to be supportive of this, and I wonder if this 95,000 comes from Transportation Department or outside consultants estimate for a circulation study.
I think Ed knows more about the basis of the $95,000.
We worked closely with one of our on-call consultants to get an estimate of how much it would cost based on the scope of work that we developed with transportation, public services, engineering, and planning. And based on that, that was the estimate that we were able to obtain to study the different elements of reconfiguration of that, which could include lane closures or a whole host of things.
Cindy?
And this is another one that we haven't quite been able to get our arms around. If it's possible to share with the board the draft scope of work or the scope of work, then that might really inform their discussions, if that's of interest to the board.
We'd be happy to provide
Just
that.
because of how it's labeled for me, it just sounds like a circulation study.
And we just actually met this week with kind of an inner city group to work with our divisions and departments, so we could get that out shortly.
I'd also like to ask for a little clarification there, because I have heard multiple things. I've heard this is a study. It's to look at it, to come up with a plan for it. I've also heard it means shovels will be in the ground in March and stuff will start coming out of the ground or getting changed or torn out or whatever. And I've heard both of those from the administration. Which is accurate? Is it a study, or are we going to jump in and change it?
So I think the first part is the study has short and long-term solutions. Maybe looking at short-term, there's been no budget appropriated towards anything that the study has recommended. The study hasn't been completed. So I think once the study, maybe this spring, we get an idea of what those recommendations are, then we could investigate options for funding those. But at this time, we don't have any specific initiatives identified at this time.
And you said the study's been completed, when the study's been completed, but it hasn't been started.
No, it
right?
hasn't been
So
started, but that would be a
okay.
timeline
Okay.
if we were I think maybe the timeline of spring was more about the completion of the study than actually getting shovel ready.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Okay, board members, with that thought, any ideas about that? Derek and Aaron particularly, since you proposed that? Do you have any feelings about it one way or the other?
Yeah, show us, let us see the proposal of the scope of work. And I am fully aware of the need down there. And I'm astonished that $100,000
And you
is
feel
the
like we can
cost
get
for
that
one
pretty
block.
quickly, the scope of work, so we know what it
Definitely
looks like?
before the next. I think we could even get it by the end of this week and get send it to the council staff and have that delivered to the board.
I would prefer not to change our current proposal for funding for affordable housing, and if we need the work done, which I see the great need on Fifth West, I'd rather pull from the remaining $100,000 that we left for public art in that neighborhood, because as much as I appreciate art, it can't be appreciated by the public if they're not safe down there. So to me, this is obviously more of a pressing need than, say, public art would be. So that's my opinion, is that there's 100,000 sitting there for public art that could be shifted easily.
I like that.
So do you want to propose that change, or do you
Yeah.
want to wait till you hear the scope of work?
I say we keep our proposal and let the $100,000 that we had for public art be used for the circulation study. I don't know, however we want to do that.
Would the board, we're working on a motion sheet still, updating it with these things. Would the board want to approve that in the context of tonight's action? The $100,000 for the circulation study, or $95,000 for the circulation study?
Without seeing the scope?
I would want to see the scope first.
Okay.
Okay.
But Jennifer, I have a question, just to be clear. We're actually at 10.7 if we don't count 41, 42, and 43, and I know Board Member Kitchen wants to include those, but that, whether you look at it as 17.1 or 10.7, there is the additional 4.5 million that the staff has recommended.
Right, for the East Side Affordable Housing Initiative on the basis of the board members' request in July. July? Wasn't it July?
So at a minimum, we're
at a
looking
minimum,
at
15.1.
15.2.
15.2.
At a maximum, it would be 21.
Right.
Hot dog.
Anything further on this item?
I just want to say that Boston did a really ambitious affordable housing initiative earlier this year, and they only got $14 million. So I don't know, we can pat ourselves on the back. I'm not sure if we're ready to do that yet, but I'm really proud of us for finding this money.
All right, very good. Then we will go to the urgent items, since we're moving along. Did you have something you wanted to add, Justin?
Just wondering if I was preparing in the event that the board would like a refresher on the list of urgent items.
I'm going to go with that. The chair and vice chair reviewed extensively the urgent items, and we have identified, I believe it's 5 that we consider urgent, and you can say if you dispute that. We know you identified a lot of them, but if there's something that we missed that we would like to propose that we discuss as urgent items. And just a minute, and I'll pull up my list. In the Central Business District, the funding for the Gallivan roof. It's going to rain, it's going to snow, the roof will leak. This is, to me, is urgent. So that is for $500,000. In West Capitol Hill, the Arctic Court utility undergrounding, $25,000, not $2,500,000, thank goodness. $25,000 to bury the power lines at Arctic Court as part of the project with the townhomes. It's an integral part of that, and chose it for that. In the Depot District, the Salt Lake City Police Department Community Connection Center tenant improvements. We feel like it's really important that that go in the art space area, and that it is also addressing our homeless issues down there and the problems we have on 500 West. So we felt like that $102,400 was urgent. We also listed the First South utility undergrounding design, the $35,000. we talked, that went back and forth and back and forth. Did it end up in or out as part of housing or as?
You did not reallocate that line item.
Okay. And then Block 70, the finishing up the Eccles Theater construction at $5,704,000, almost $500,705,000. That's a lot of numbers to say. And those are the items that we, as chair and vice chair, identified as things we needed to adopt today, that they are urgent, and I would propose as the board chair that those be adopted and that'll be in a motion. Are there others of the urgent items that any board members feel like we really need to do, or Justin or Ed, is there something that you desperately need us to do today?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, Court.
I was looking at Justin there. The 85,000 for the utility undergrounding in the West Temple Gateway is also time sensitive.
And that's the Rocky Mountain one, and is that is?
This would be work for the electrical engineering work necessary to get an accurate cost estimate in order to know how much it would cost to underground the utilities in Central Ninth.
Okay, any other thoughts on that?
85,000.
85, okay.
5,100.
And it's 85,000 of what was the original budget request of 1.2 million, is that correct? Or is that a separate line item?
This would be a separate line item.
Cindy?
Just to clarify, is the 85,000 the dollar amount that Rocky Mountain Power would charge to do their analysis, or is it additional engineering beyond the original estimate that Rocky Mountain Power would give you?
Rocky Mountain Power has given us kind of a back and napkin number, not an official one.
Right, and what I understand is that they would, for a base amount of money, give you a much more detailed estimate before you do your other engineering.
Right. And on this one, this 85,000 is not a fee that would be paid to Rocky Mountain Power. It would be paid to a consultant who would prepare that figure.
Okay, so you could pay less to Rocky Mountain, don't mean to be obsessed, you could pay less to Rocky Mountain Power, get the base information, decide whether to move ahead, but perhaps the board's already decided that you definitely want to move ahead.
I think we'd clarify, there are two probably distinct, or there's a distinction I believe that we could make between this project and the one that's in the Depot District. The one in the Depot District involves very high voltage transmission and distribution lines. And my understanding is that the engineering work for that is something that Rocky Mountain Power is exclusively willing to engineer and design. And so what we're proposing to do in the Depot District is just to get to a 25% design level, whereas in the Depot District, in West Temple Gateway, and Court can clarify this if necessary, but my understanding is that Rocky Mountain Power, given that these are distribution lines, and they're comfortable, given the timeline where we are in designing our improvements for 900 South streetscape improvements, or we would be doing that going forward, they're comfortable with our engineering those improvements for the burial of those lines. And that may be one of the factors that's driving the difference in the pricing, but I think it also is probably a reflection of the level to which the improvements would be designed, whereas the 25% level drawings in the Depot District would look very broadly at the feasibility and how it could be installed, whereas we'd really get into the detail of where exactly would the distribution line be located in 900 South, and how would that interface with other infrastructure improvements that we have planned and underway in the design phase for 900 South.
Okay, board members, thoughts on that?
Madam Chair, I had a note down from a previous discussion about why not public utilities for that particular project.
Typically, public utilities does not get involved in the, even though we think of Rocky Mountain Power as a utility, it's not technically under public utilities, which is water, sewer, stormwater, so it's a private.
It didn't overlap at all on that.
What's that?
It doesn't overlap at all in those.
I mean, to the extent, and we've had this conversation on the city side, to the extent that public utilities is doing work in the street and that we can think ahead and plan for conduit to be buried or, vaults to be buried when public utilities is doing their work under the street, I think that's where there's overlap, but not necessarily with power lines, but I don't know.
And we probably just barely scratched the surface in terms of the opportunity for public utilities to get with the regular city departments, including RDA, to identify opportunities to make their underground structuring more robust. As far as I know, there isn't an ongoing effort to do that, but I have asked Rocky Mountain Power to give that some thought to see if there's some best practices nationally or something like that that the city might benefit from.
Okay.
Other questions or thoughts on the 85,000? Yes, Court.
I do have one additional item on West Temple Gateway, and that would be as a part of the Central Ninth Streetscape project, we need to do some soils engineering work to the tune of $4,000 that we would want to include as part of the urgent funding request as well.
Okay, so we're an additional 89,000 from what we had considered as urgent. Board members, thoughts on, you comfortable with including that additional 89,000? Okay.
So that just from a paperwork standpoint, it wasn't in your paperwork, right? So
Correct.
we would need to get, usually we have to add that as a council added item or something like that. So we'll have to figure out the logistics of that with the finance division. It's no big deal. but
The
it's just-
4,000?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
for the soils engineering. Okay. All right, then. Ooh, all right. We covered the urgent items. Then give you a few minutes to get motion ready, and we will move on to item number 4 of our agenda and not cover additional budget things because everything's kind of been blown up. And this is the Utah paper box terms, and I am looking for a motion to reconsider. We adopted this in September, and some things were brought to light afterwards, and that it made us, as chair and vice chair, think we perhaps need to go back and rethink what we agreed to, and conversation's been had with the developer. So I'm looking for a motion to open it up for reconsideration.
Madam Chair, I move that we reconsider the terms for the Utah paper box development in the Central Business District project area.
Second.
There is a motion from Board Member Kitchen, a second from Board Member Rogers. All in favor of reconsidering?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will reconsider, and I'm going to ask, Justin, will you explain this for us so we can vote on it? Or
Certainly.
perhaps Ed?
Apologize for a moment. Moving on to this item. This is a request for reconsideration of the board's approval of sale terms of the Utah paper box property to Clearwater Homes and Peg Development, a joint venture. The terms that the board approved at the September board meeting included the sale of the property with a full write-down of the appraised value of the property from $3.22 million to $0, in exchange for which the developer would agree to commit to providing 36 units of affordable housing for a time frame of 30 years. At the board meeting, the developer was present at the meeting and introduced a new way of structuring that deal, which was something that we had not had the opportunity to vet and understand with the Redevelopment Advisory Committee. The terms that the Advisory Committee understood and had recommended approval of included a write-down, if you will, of that purchase price each year for the entirety of the 30-year term of the affordable housing restriction. The developer proposed an alternative scenario, which would have a 30-year deed restriction, but a 15-year time horizon for the amortization of the deferred payment on the purchase price. I think it took us a little bit by surprise. We didn't fully understand the magnitude that could, the impact that could potentially have. And our recommendation is that we instead stick with what the advisory committee had recommended and match the term of the amortization with the term of the affordable housing restriction.
Any questions for Justin on that? All right, then I would look for a motion to adopt the, can I say it, the terms as explained by Justin Beliveau?
So are we looking for a motion?
Yeah.
I move that we approve the Utah paper box reconsideration with the modifications.
Outlined, is that sufficient, Katie? Okay.
Second.
Motion by Board Member James Rogers, James or Rogers, which are you?
You can call me either.
And second by Board Member Kitchen. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you very much. And we now move to discussion of loan forgiveness, the loan forgiveness request from NeighborWorks Cityfront Apartments. And Jill, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. So the board may recall that we presented this loan waiver request back in May. At that time, the board asked staff to produce a loan policy that would address loan forgiveness. We will be presenting that. That's on the agenda today. But due to the uniqueness of this request and the urgency expressed by NeighborWorks, staff is presenting this again for board's consideration. I'll give you a brief overview again. I know that you've already heard about what the circumstances are. But back in 2002, the RDA provided a $465,000 loan to NeighborWorks to build a parking structure for their project. It was tied to two agreements, a tax increment reimbursement agreement and a promissory note. The promissory note was between RDA and NeighborWorks, and it stated that they needed to meet certain conditions, and if they did, that note would be forgiven. One of those conditions was that they could not refinance the project prior to the maturity date of June 2035. NeighborWorks, as a nonprofit, loaned that money to Cityfront as a requirement of their low-income housing tax credits, and then they used it for the project. The two notes have different interest rates. So what happened was last November, Cityfront refinanced their project, which triggered the repayment of their note to NeighborWorks, and then NeighborWorks had to repay their note to the RDA. That created a big difference in the repayment because there was a $422,000 additional interest that NeighborWorks had to come up with to pay the RDA, which they were unable to do. So the RDA issued a replacement note that is due to expire in October 31st of 2017. During this time frame where we've been coming up with a loan policy, we actually took this to the advisory committee to review it with them, and they suggested that we go to loan committee. Loan committee made a recommendation that actually concluded NeighborWorks should meet its obligation. They did not recommend forgiving the note, but suggested that NeighborWorks could have the option of paying on a new 10-year note at 3% interest that would be issued at the end of the replacement note due date. This is a unique deal for a couple of reasons. One is that it's tied to a tax increment reimbursement agreement, but it wasn't treated like a standard tax increment reimbursement. The RDA usually they invest the funds up front and then we pay them back over time. That was not the case in this particular deal. Today, the project has produced about $733,000 in increment that has been collected from by the RDA. So that exceeds the principal note amount of $465,000. Also, those two notes with different interest rates is a bit unusual. If they were the same, if Cityfront would not owe the RDA any money after Cityfront paid its funds to us. So just a couple of things to bear in mind. NeighborWorks has requested that we forgive the replacement note, plus we repay the amount of $529,597 that was paid as part of the refinance note trigger from Cityfront. The board has three options in front of them. I think I've stated them before. One would be to approve NeighborWorks' request in full. The second would be to completely deny their request, but we could take into account the loan committee's recommendation to offer NeighborWorks the opportunity to pay this note off over time, as stated in your memo. And then the third is to approve waiving the current replacement note, but retaining that loan payment, that repayment that we got from Cityfront back in November. So I'll entertain any questions you may have.
Board members?
Can you go into more detail about option 3?
So option free, so the current replacement note that we had, that is outstanding is for the interest that that NeighborWorks would otherwise have to pay to the RDA. We put that in a replacement note to help bide some time to bring their request to the board. So the board could choose to waive that replacement note completely, but keep the funds that Cityfront paid us from the note that was due to NeighborWorks from Cityfront. So we would keep that $529,000, but we would waive the other note.
Other questions? I have one. It seems a little bit to me, I understand what the terms of the agreement were, but that maybe we weren't forward thinking when we drew up the agreement that we are punishing them for paying off early. And I know that is often done, but I think considering what they're contributing to the neighborhood and the things that are going on, that I'd be in favor of loan forgiveness, notwithstanding the loan committee recommending that, because it feels kind of punitive to me. And I know it's a lot of money, but I'm comfortable with that. And I know board member Penfold felt that way, and he's unable to be with us today, so I'm expressing that also on his behalf. But I'm also open to other discussion on it.
So the loan committee recommended not to forgive the loan, but to issue a new note for the 422, right?
Yes, to make it easier for NeighborWorks to meet that obligation, to issue a note at the end of the term of the replacement note, but they would have to make payments on that obligation.
And the advisory committee did not recommend or...
The advisory committee just opted to send it to loan committee. They felt that loan committee was a better group to, their expertise was better suited to consider that request.
Madam Chair, as I understand it,
Yeah.
wasn't there intention to repurpose some commercial on the first floor of that property into residential to try and make back some lost revenue?
Yes, and actually, staff got additional information from the last time they spoke to you that actually NeighborWorks did receive a loan from the city for 6 of the 10 spaces. I was looking for Mike Ackerlow, but he's not here now.
He's behind you, you just can't see him.
Hello. So for 6 spaces, am I correct, of the 10 that they plan to convert? So they have 4 additional conversions that they want to make.
And that's what they needed the extra
That's what they propose using some of the proceeds from,
From the forgiveness.
from the forgiveness, yeah.
Have they have any comment on the new 10-year, I think it's 10-year promissory note, is that right? 10-year note? Or
They have not
that
provided any comment to me about that. I did forward the information to them on loan committee's decision, say that the board would be taking this under consideration, but I didn't get any formal communication from them about that.
Has there been any more policy discussion in regards to loan forgiveness through the RDA like this?
Oh, we will be discussing loan forgiveness?
Coming up.
Coming up. I think that, again, I just want to stress that this deal, I think there were some issues with this deal that hopefully we will not see in future RDA deals. In my view, the difference in interest rates between those 2 notes is very unusual. I don't think that we would have done a deal where the RDA would actually be imposing a higher interest rate to a nonprofit borrower. That seemed to be very unusual in my view. So I think that if this deal were structured the way it should have been, those notes would have canceled each other out. We would have received payment from Cityfront and we would be done.
do we know why it was set up that way?
Excuse me?
Do we know why it was set up that way?
I
at the
don't.
time?
Who would know that?
Valda Tarbett, our previous deputy director, would know that.
Stan around then?
This was done in 2002. It was a long time ago.
That's why Stan was eager to just be done with it and move on, and thought, go forward with it. This has been coming up for a long, long time.
Sure.
So go ahead, Erin.
I am in agreement with you, Lisa, and I think that it's one of those, actions that would be punitive at this point that we wouldn't repeat again in the future, and that does warrant a shift in the way that we do things, which I think has already happened. But that at this point, I would be looking for forgiveness of that loan. Also,
You like to make a motion?
I don't know, are we done discussing?
So
I will.
The precedent issue is more around the structure of the actual loan itself rather than how we're dealing with the fallout.
Right.
Should we even be discussing this before we have a policy discussion about it? Or are we just
Well,
going to do it
be-
after?
Well,
We did.
because it's so unique, and that's why it's here on the agenda.
And we did, right? I mean, we asked our, was it RAC or finance group? Sorry,
The loan,
I stepped out for
the
a
loan
moment.
committee.
Thank you, the loan committee, to give us their professional feedback on this situation. It is it's very unique. Do you want me to make a motion, Ms. Chair?
Yes, please make a motion.
I move that the board deny the, oh wait, sorry. Am I making option number
One.
3? Sorry.
You're going option one.
Option 1.
I was on our 8 of the conditions there. That
The
we,
complete
I
loan
move-
forgiveness is option 1? Is that, I don't know, what do you want?
If you can just read what the option is.
Yeah.
option 1, which would be that we approve NeighborWorks' request to refund Cityfront's loan payment and waive the replacement note, which would be to refund the $529,213 and forgive the $422,266 replacement note.
So you're looking at a $900,000 swing.
I think we're looking at option 3. So you're talking about actually refunding the payment that Cityfront paid us last November
So
as well?
will you explain to me how that wouldn't be the fair way to do it?
At the time of the refinance of this deal, there was a note that we had that was tied to NeighborWorks, and NeighborWorks had a note tied to Cityfront Partners, which was actually tied to the project. So at the time, when that note became due, it was an obligation for Cityfront to pay its obligation to NeighborWorks, and then NeighborWorks had to pay us. When we refinanced the replacement note for NeighborWorks, it was no longer tied to the project. It's now a note on their books. It's not secured by this project. So it has nothing to do with the Cityfront project anymore. So in staff's view, the $529,000 repayment is per the agreement that was made with the RDA, but the new note for the $422,000 represents an onerous amount of interest that they would have to pay to us. So if the view is that those two notes should have been the same, at the same interest rate, same term, same principal, that would have been completely paid off to us, and NeighborWorks would owe us nothing. But because they owe us all this interest, we had to fold it into the replacement note. So the question is whether or not that replacement note should be waived. Does that make sense?
Thank you. That is a more helpful description to me.
And I don't have them in front of me.
So
So you're looking at option 3, Aaron?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
option
want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
Go for it.
Mine just closed. All right. I move that we deny NeighborWorks' request to refund Cityfront's loan payment, but waive the replacement note, which means we would retain the $529,213 and either maintain or update the existing replacement note for $422,266.
I'll second.
Motion by Board Member Rogers and second by Board Member Mendenhall. Any discussion?
Thank you,
Comfortable with
Jill.
that? Okay, all in favor of option 3?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes unanimously. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And I have been notified that dinner is ready, the motion sheet is ready. I'm looking for some direction. We've been at this for a long time. Thinking this would be a good time to break for dinner and come back, and we may not get through everything else that we wanted to talk about today, but we'll reconvene in 30 minutes. And so dinner is served. Does that make sense?
Do you want to address the motion after dinner?
Yeah,
Got
after
it.
dinner.
That would be
Just-
better.
Yeah, but
Give time to read.
Thanks for watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Poonam Kumar. Today I'm down here at the beautiful Eccles Theater, where I just got an opportunity to tour this amazing space. We hope that you get a chance to come and check it out and enjoy your experience here. It opens up on Friday, October 21st. On today's show, we'll be talking about the city's camping ordinance, and our History Minute is about famous outlaw Red Lopez. But first, let's start with our legislative update and look back. The city has been working diligently the past several months to address homelessness. First, city, county, and state leaders agreed on a plan to propose the construction of 4 new homeless resource centers in the city, with the goal to better integrate into the community and serve subpopulations individually. Second, with input from local experts, the City Council is exploring funding and collaboration opportunities as solutions to the city's affordable housing shortage. Lastly, Operation Diversion, an unprecedented public safety effort in the Rio Grande neighborhood, was launched to separate criminals from the individuals experiencing homelessness. The program offers legal advice and treatment opportunities to those who qualify as an alternative to jail. In other news, the Salt Lake City Fire Department awarded 2 residents, Robert Carlson and Dylan Garcia, with citizen medals for their heroic services to the community. They also hosted a swearing-in ceremony for the launch of the new Cadet Post program for high school students. Mayor Biskupski and several members of the community participated in the Walk of No Shame, a march culminating at the state capitol to raise awareness against sexual assault, victim blaming, and rape culture. First Folio, the book that gave us Shakespeare, comes to Salt Lake City Main Library. The National Traveling Exhibit commemorates the 400th anniversary of Shakespeare's death. Today we're talking to Senior City Attorney Mark Cottrell about our camping ordinance and what it entails.
I'm Mark Cottrell. I'm one of the senior city attorneys in the Salt Lake City Attorney Office. My job is to advise the police department as well as some other departments in the city. Camping ordinance, Salt Lake City Code 11.12.080, it prohibits a person from camping, lodging, cooking, making a fire, pitching a tent, a fly, a lean-to, a tarp, or any other type of camping equipment on any public grounds, upon any portion of a street, or in any park or playground. So one of the things we ask our officers to do is that they don't cite the same behavior only in one part of town and not another. For example, a family enjoying a picnic in the park who happens to put up a fly or a tarp to block out the sun. I think the public might be hard-pressed to see that they are violating the camping ordinance if they're just going to be there for a few hours. Whereas someone on 5th West who may be putting up a tarp to block out the sun, hanging out for a few hours, some people might expect that to be, behavior that should be cited. I think what our officers will look for are those issues that may affect health and safety concerns. If they see a health and safety concern, regardless of which part of the city they're in, I think that's when they might step in. I think there is a concern that you may be exacerbating an already terrible situation for a lot of people. Sometimes, as a former public defender, I certainly saw the impact of people who were derailed from getting back on track with minor offenses being cited. So I think there might be some idea that, you don't want to necessarily unduly punish people who are already in a terrible condition. Certainly to learn more about it, to at least see the ordinance in its written form, I'd go to the SLC.gov webpage, look for the Salt Lake City Code ordinances, and search for 11.12.080. As far as if they see anything concerning, we certainly would encourage them to contact the police department. and let them know of that concerning behavior. And if they have any comments or concerns about the ordinance itself, I certainly would encourage them to contact their elected officials.
And now it's time for a History Minute.
Rafael Lopez was born in Mexico and set out to be a miner and an adventurer. For a time, he was even a horseback sharpshooter for Buffalo Bill Cody, but he found himself working in the mines in Utah when his life took an ugly turn. On November 21st, 1913, after a disagreement with a fellow miner turned fatal, he fled the scene and found his way to a ranch near present-day Saratoga Springs. 4 Salt Lake County lawmen approached, and Lopez managed to kill 3 of them. While Lopez fled once more to the mini silver mine outside of Bingham, Deputy Julius Sorensen rounded up a posse. It consisted of about 200 civilians and law enforcement officials, and they participated in the largest manhunt in the state's history. This posse chased him into the mine and blockaded the exits. On November 29, 1913, 2 deputies rode into the mine in a car full of hay to start a fire to smoke the bandit out, but Lopez killed them both. The posse decided to starve Lopez out, blocking exits to the mine, but he simply vanished. It was only put together in 2003 that Rafael started going by the name of Red Lopez and fled Utah. Some reports put him as a fighter in the Mexican Revolution with Pancho Villa. What's known for sure is that Lopez worked as a smuggler and train robber with former members of the Wild Bunch gang in Texas. This continued until the legendary Texas Ranger Frank Hamer, the ranger who killed Bonnie and Clyde in 1934, ambushed Lopez and killed him in 1921.
That's it for this episode of Capital City News, where we do our best to keep you in the know. Tune in next time to stay up to date on all the latest. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Thanks for watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. Today I'm down at Rice-Eccles Stadium for Utah football season. On today's show, we'll be interviewing Dylan Hayes with the city's transitional storage program. And our History Minute is about Lester Wire, who invented the first traffic light. But first, let's start with our legislative update and look back. At the September 6th meeting, the council continued its discussion on new homeless shelters and resource centers to be built in Salt Lake City. Discussion centered on site selection, needed resources, and what the capacity of the facility should be. The council also discussed the state of affordable housing, including challenges presented by the city's extremely low vacancy rate, rental price increases, overcrowding, and more. The Salt Lake City Homeless Services Site Evaluation Commission convened last month to review results of a survey designed to solicit public opinion on criteria for new resource centers. The commission received updates from the city and county leaders and worked to develop plans for the next phase of the site selection process. Get your foodie on every Thursday between 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Gallivan Center's Food Truck Thursday. Taste the fresh, unique flavors of Salt Lake's favorite food trucks. For more information, visit facebook.com/foodtruckthursdays. City residents rejoiced as Google announced it went online with its fiber service. Councilmember Derek Kitchen was there for the announcement and took a speed test for the 1 gigabit service, which is only available in the downtown area for now. The company says it is building out in the months ahead. Finding storage can oftentimes be a barrier for those experiencing homelessness. Dylan Hayes with the city's homeless services team is here to tell us more about how the city is linking people with resources.
Experiencing homelessness can be a very tough situation for people. Not only do they not have a place to live on a long-term basis, but they also often do not have a place for their belongings. The main goal of the program is to provide individuals experiencing homelessness with a safe, secure location for them to store their belongings. There can be a lot of theft in the area. People are losing their IDs or losing, sentimental items, and that can, further compound their problems. If you're trying to seek services or go to a job interview, if you're looking for work, it can also make that more difficult. Having your stuff in a stationary location that you have to guard can really be a barrier for some people. So we opened this program to give people a safe place for them to store their belongings on a long-term basis. That way they can have increased mobility and actually get out and look for work and seek the services that they need and not have to worry about their stuff being stolen. We are right kitty corner across the street from the Road Home Shelter, which is very beneficial to a lot of our clients. Some of them have mobility issues or in wheelchairs or are elderly. Generally, we get about 2 to 5 new clients every day. The Road Home refers a lot of clients over here, so does the Wiegand Center and the Salt Lake City Police Department's HOST program down in the Community Connection Center. They are also sending people our direction. We have 372 active clients, and with these additional 100 bins, we will be able to expand the program even further. Clients say to me on almost a daily basis things like, "This is a lifesaver. I don't know what I would do without your program. This is one of the best things that the city has ever done for us." We really are working very hard to address homelessness in Salt Lake City, not only to deal with the immediate effects on the Rio Grande neighborhood, but also to improve services system-wide so that individuals are able to transition out of homelessness quicker and more effectively.
And now it's time for a History Minute.
In 1912, cars had become more popular in Salt Lake City than ever. That's when Police Chief B.F. Grant appointed 24-year-old Lester Wire to be the head of the first traffic squad in Salt Lake City. In this new and seemingly lawless frontier of the automobile, the police department was desperate for safer alternatives to having officers standing in the middle of increasingly busy intersections to direct traffic. So Wire designed what is believed to be the world's first electric traffic signal. This signal was mounted on a tall pole placed in the middle of the intersection and connected to the same wires the trolleys used. An officer would operate the light with a two-way switch from the corner. At first, the street sign was looked at as a joke. People called it Wire's Pigeon House, since it looked so much like a birdhouse. Lester ended up leaving the traffic squad to serve in World War I, and when he returned, he worked as a detective until his retirement in 1946. Wire was never able to patent the stoplight, so he was never able to profit from it, though inventing it himself. The original stoplight itself no longer exists. A replica stands today in the lobby of the Utah Department of Transportation.
That's it for this episode of Capital City News, where we do our best to keep you in the know. Please tune in next time to stay up to date on all the latest. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Let's go, Utah! Thanks for watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Poonam Kumar. On today's show, I'm up top at 111 Main, Salt Lake City's newest high-rise building. On our show today, we'll be interviewing Wendy Lee about the city's Elevate Buildings program. And our History Minute is about the underground Social Hall Heritage Museum. But first, let's start with our legislative update and look back. The City Council has identified needed changes in the city land use ordinances intended to minimize potential neighborhood impacts based on the council's concerns about placement and size of 2 new homeless resource centers. Since site selection is a mayoral decision, the City Council requested the mayor announce sites for the facilities by October 10th. This would allow ample time for public engagement before any state legislative deadline. Councilmember Aaron Mendenhall and representatives from the city and county agencies gathered to talk about crime and safety on State Street in the District 5 neighborhood. The discussion, which included more than 200 people, centered around city goals for long-term success and working together with the community to brainstorm new solutions. The discussion between police and the community continues. The Salt Lake City Library hosted a panel discussion focusing on how citizens and police can work together to create a safe and peaceful space. As baseball season finishes up for the year, the Salt Lake Bees report more than 500,000 attendees to this year's games, the first time since 2013. Earlier this month, Council Chair James Rogers helped close the season, firing a pitch across the plate, taking home a game ball. Council's Derek Kitchen hosted a District 4 tour, welcoming the city's new Economic Development Director, Laura Fritz, to downtown. along with RDA Deputy Director Justin Bellevue. Salt Lake City Mayor Jackie Biskupski and other public officials gathered for a ribbon cutting to welcome 111 Main to the heart of downtown. This premier floor-to-ceiling glass building is also LEED Gold certified and will be home to many nationally and internationally known companies. Salt Lake City is committed to improving air quality, and buildings play an important role. Wendy Lee, the city's energy advisor, explains more about how the city is working to improve energy efficiency.
On a bad winter day, 40% of our NOx emissions come from area sources, which are our buildings and our residential structures. Buildings aren't often on people's minds when it comes to pollutants and emissions. So Elevate Buildings is an initiative that the city has started to kind of look at energy efficiency within these large commercial buildings. A lot of people, when you talk about buildings, you don't see a smokestack or a tailpipe, so you don't realize that they're actually emitting pollutants, GHG and air pollutants. But they are, just like your home, how you burn natural gas. Buildings also burn fuel, they use electricity, they contribute to some of our emissions here in the valley, both air pollutants and greenhouse gas. Air quality is definitely on a priority for the Department of Sustainability. We have a lot of different initiatives, and here in the city, we're helping buildings benchmark. We want to create a help center so that building owners and managers can come to us and say, hey, can you sign us up for this benchmarking? So we really want all of our buildings to be ENERGY STAR labeled. We want to know how well we're doing. We can't really save if we don't measure our energy in the first place. We really want this to be an economic development piece as well. We don't want to put burdens on building owners, but this really is, it's a market solution because you get the data out there, and from that data, it kind of spurs action. Again, like I said, energy efficiency is a very cost-effective way. We're not installing solar panels, we're not installing renewable energy. We're just asking people to tune up their buildings and use less energy with the equipment that they already have. And that is a very short-term, effective solution that can be implemented right away. It could be implemented today if we wanted to. So if you want more information, or if you want to work with us, I would encourage people to go on SSO Green and really learn more about this, and to learn more about buildings and energy and how it really plays a role in our city.
And now it's time for our History Minute.
In 1852, the Mormon pioneers set to work building the first public recreation hall in the state. For 10 years, it served as the center of social life in Salt Lake City, hosting plays, dances, and any other sort of community gathering. In 1862, after the Salt Lake Theater was built, the social hall would spend the next 60 years changing functions. It served as a church building and a school for a time. In 1893, it became the first fully equipped gymnasium in Utah and boasted a library in the basement. In 1918, the social hall was renovated once more for use as a theater by the University of Utah. The building was restored and replastered, but this only lasted for a couple of seasons. A new tenant was sought, and when none could be found, the social hall was torn down in 1921. The building was forgotten until 1991, when workers building a tunnel beneath State Street discovered the original foundation of the building. It was decided that the foundation would be preserved and a museum built on site. Today, a glass and steel structure outlines the place where the social hall, the center of recreation in Salt Lake City, once stood. Today, a replica of the original social hall stands at This Is the Place State Park, giving visitors an idea of what life in the early days of Salt Lake City would be like.
That's it for this episode of Capital City News, where we do our best to keep you in the know. Tune in next time to stay up to date on all the latest. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Thanks for watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Poonam Kumar. Today, I'm down here at the beautiful Eccles Theater, where I just got an opportunity to tour this amazing space. We hope that you get a chance to come and check it out and enjoy your experience here. It opens up on Friday, October 21st. On today's show, we'll be talking about the city's camping ordinance, and our History Minute is about famous outlaw Red Lopez. But first, let's start with our legislative update and look back. The city has been working diligently the past several months to address homelessness. First, city, county, and state leaders agreed on a plan to propose the construction of 4 new homeless resource centers in the city, with the goal to better integrate into the community and serve subpopulations individually. Second, with input from local experts, the City Council is exploring funding and collaboration opportunities as solutions to the city's affordable housing shortage. Lastly, Operation Diversion, an unprecedented public safety effort in the Rio Grande neighborhood, was launched to separate criminals from the individuals experiencing homelessness. The program offers legal advice and treatment opportunities to those who qualify as an alternative to jail. In other news, the Salt Lake City Fire Department awarded 2 residents, Robert Carlson and Dylan Garcia, with citizen medals for their heroic services to the community. They also hosted a swearing-in ceremony for the launch of the new Cadet Post program for high school students. Mayor Biskupski and several members of the community participated in the Walk of No Shame, a march culminating at the state capitol to raise awareness against sexual assault, victim blaming, and rape culture. First Folio, the book that gave us Shakespeare, comes to Salt Lake City Main Library. The National Traveling Exhibit commemorates the 400th anniversary of Shakespeare's death. Today we're talking to Senior City Attorney Mark Cottrell about our camping ordinance and what it entails.
I'm Mark Cottrell. I'm one of the senior city attorneys in the Salt Lake City Attorney Office. My job is to advise the police department as well as some other departments in the city. Camping ordinance, Salt Lake City Code 11.12.080, it prohibits a person from camping, lodging, cooking, making a fire, pitching a tent, a fly, a lean-to, a tarp, or any other type of camping equipment on any public grounds, upon any portion of a street, or in any park or playground. So one of the things we ask our officers to do is that they don't cite the same behavior only in one part of town and not another. For example, a family enjoying a picnic in the park who happens to put up a fly or a tarp to block out the sun. I think the public might be hard-pressed to see that they are violating the camping ordinance if they're just going to be there for a few hours. Whereas someone on 5th West who may be putting up a tarp to block out the sun, hanging out for a few hours, some people might expect that to be, behavior that should be cited. I think what our officers will look for are those issues that may affect health and safety concerns. If they see a health and safety concern, regardless of which part of the city they're in, I think that's when they might step in. I think there is a concern that you may be exacerbating an already terrible situation for a lot of people. Sometimes, as a former public defender, I certainly saw the impact of people who were derailed from getting back on track with minor offenses being cited. So I think there might be some idea that, you don't want to necessarily unduly punish people who are already in a terrible condition. Certainly to learn more about it, to at least see the ordinance in its written form, I'd go to the SLC.gov webpage, look for the Salt Lake City Code ordinances, and search for 11.12.080. As far as if they see anything concerning, we certainly would encourage them to contact the police department and let them know of that concerning behavior. And if they have any comments or concerns about the ordinance itself, I certainly would encourage them to contact their elected officials.
And now it's time for a History Minute.
Rafael Lopez was born in Mexico and set out to be a miner and an adventurer. For a time, he was even a horseback sharpshooter for Buffalo Bill Cody, but he found himself working in the mines in Utah when his life took an ugly turn. On November 21st, 1913, after a disagreement with a fellow miner turned fatal, he fled the scene and found his way to a ranch near present-day Saratoga Springs. 4 Salt Lake County lawmen approached, and Lopez managed to kill 3 of them. While Lopez fled once more to the mini silver mine outside of Bingham, Deputy Julius Sorensen rounded up a posse. It consisted of about 200 civilians and law enforcement officials, and they participated in the largest manhunt in the state's history. This posse chased him into the mine and blockaded the exits. On November 29, 1913, 2 deputies rode into the mine in a car full of hay to start a fire to smoke the bandit out, but Lopez killed them both. the posse decided to starve Lopez out, blocking exits to the mine, but he simply vanished. It was only put together in 2003 that Rafael started going by the name of Red Lopez and fled Utah. Some reports put him as a fighter in the Mexican Revolution with Pancho Villa. What's known for sure is that Lopez worked as a smuggler and train robber with former members of the Wild Bunch gang in Texas. This continued until the legendary Texas Ranger Frank Hamer, the ranger who killed Bonnie and Clyde in 1934, ambushed Lopez and killed him in 1921.
That's it for this episode of Capital City News, where we do our best to keep you in the know. Tune in next time to stay up to date on all the latest. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Thanks for watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. Today I'm down at Rice-Eccles Stadium for Utah football season. On today's show, we'll be interviewing Dylan Hayes with the city's transitional storage program. And our History Minute is about Lester Wire, who invented the first traffic light. But first, let's start with our legislative update and look back. At the September 6th meeting, the council continued its discussion on new homeless shelters and resource centers to be built in Salt Lake City. Discussion centered on site selection, needed resources, and what the capacity of the facility should be. The council also discussed the state of affordable housing, including challenges presented by the city's extremely low vacancy rate, rental price increases, overcrowding, and more. The Salt Lake City Homeless Services Site Evaluation Commission convened last month to review results of a survey designed to solicit public opinion on criteria for new resource centers. The commission received updates from the city and county leaders and worked to develop plans for the next phase of the site selection process. Get your foodie on every Thursday between 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Gallivan Center's Food Truck Thursday. Taste the fresh, unique flavors of Salt Lake's favorite food trucks. For more information, visit facebook.com/foodtruckthursdays. City residents rejoiced as Google announced it went online with its fiber service. Councilmember Derek Kitchen was there for the announcement and took a speed test for the 1 gigabit service, which is only available in the downtown area for now. The company says it is building out in the months ahead. Finding storage can oftentimes be a barrier for those experiencing homelessness. Dylan Hayes with the city's Homeless Services team is here to tell us more about how the city is linking people with resources.
Experiencing homelessness can be a very tough situation for people. Not only do they not have a place to live on a long-term basis, but they also often do not have a place for their belongings. The main goal of the program is to provide individuals experiencing homelessness with a safe, secure location for them to store their belongings. There can be a lot of theft in the area. People are losing their IDs or losing, sentimental items, and that can, further compound their problems. If you're trying to seek services or go to a job interview, if you're looking for work, it can also make that more difficult. Having your stuff in a stationary location that you have to guard can really be a barrier for some people. So we opened this program to give people a safe place for them to store their belongings on a long-term basis. That way they can have increased mobility and actually get out and look for work and seek the services that they need and not have to worry about their stuff being stolen. We are right kitty corner across the street from the Road Home Shelter, which is very beneficial to a lot of our clients. Some of them have mobility issues or in wheelchairs or are elderly. Generally, we get about 2 to 5 new clients every day. The Road Home refers a lot of clients over here, so does the Wiegand Center and the Salt Lake City Police Department's HOST program down in the Community Connection Center. They are also sending people our direction. We have 372 active clients, and with these additional 100 bins, we will be able to expand the program even further. Clients say to me on almost a daily basis things like, "This is a lifesaver. I don't know what I would do without your program. This is one of the best things that the city has ever done for us." We really are working very hard to address homelessness in Salt Lake City, not only to deal with the immediate effects on the Rio Grande neighborhood, but also to improve services system-wide so that individuals are able to transition out of homelessness, quicker and more effectively.
And now it's time for a History Minute.
In 1912, cars had become more popular in Salt Lake City than ever. That's when Police Chief B.F. Grant appointed 24-year-old Lester Wire to be the head of the first traffic squad in Salt Lake City. In this new and seemingly lawless frontier of the automobile, the police department was desperate for safer alternatives to having officers standing in the middle of increasingly busy intersections to direct traffic. So Wire designed what is believed to be the world's first electric traffic signal. This signal was mounted on a tall pole, placed in the middle of the intersection and connected to the same wires the trolleys used. An officer would operate the light with a two-way switch from the corner. At first, the street sign was looked at as a joke. People called it Wire's Pigeon House, since it looked so much like a birdhouse. Lester ended up leaving the traffic squad to serve in World War I, and when he returned, he worked as a detective until his retirement in 1946. Wire was never able to patent the stoplight, so he was never able to profit from it, though inventing it himself. The original stoplight itself no longer exists. A replica stands today in the lobby of the Utah Department of Transportation.
That's it for this episode of Capital City News, where we do our best to keep you in the know. Please tune in next time to stay up to date on all the latest. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Let's go, Utah! Thanks for watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Poonam Kumar. On today's show, I'm up top at 111 Main, Salt Lake City's newest high-rise building. On our show today, we'll be interviewing Wendy Lee about the city's Elevate Buildings program. And our History Minute is about the underground Social Hall Heritage Museum. But first, let's start with our legislative update and look back. The City Council has identified needed changes in the city land use ordinances intended to minimize potential neighborhood impacts based on the Council's concerns about placement and size of 2 new homeless resource centers. Since site selection is a mayoral decision, the City Council requested the mayor announce sites for the facilities by October 10th. This would allow ample time for public engagement before any state legislative deadline. Councilmember Aaron Mendenhall and representatives from the city and county agencies gathered to talk about crime and safety on State Street in the District 5 neighborhood. The discussion, which included more than 200 people, centered around city goals for long-term success and working together with the community to brainstorm new solutions. The discussion between police and the community continues. The Salt Lake City Library hosted a panel discussion focusing on how citizens and police can work together to create a safe and peaceful space. As baseball season finishes up for the year, the Salt Lake Bees report more than 500,000 attendees to this year's games, the first time since 2013. Earlier this month, Council Chair James Rogers helped close the season, firing a pitch across the plate, taking home a game ball. Council's Derek Kitchen hosted a District 4 tour, welcoming the city's new Economic Development Director, Laura Fritz, to downtown, along with RDA Deputy Director Justin Bellevue. Salt Lake City Mayor Jackie Biskupski and other public officials gathered for a ribbon cutting to welcome 111 Main to the heart of downtown. This premier floor-to-ceiling glass building is also LEED Gold certified and will be home to many nationally and internationally known companies. Salt Lake City is committed to improving air quality, and buildings play an important role. Wendy Lee, the city's energy advisor, explains more about how the city is working to improve energy efficiency.
On a bad winter day, 40% of our NOx emissions come from area sources, which are our buildings and our residential structures. Buildings aren't often on people's minds when it comes to pollutants and emissions. So Elevate Buildings is an initiative that the city has started to kind of look at energy efficiency within these large commercial buildings. A lot of people, when you talk about buildings, you don't see a smokestack or a tailpipe, so you don't realize that they're actually emitting pollutants, GHG and air pollutants. But they are, just like your home, how you burn natural gas. buildings also burn fuel, they use electricity, they contribute to some of our emissions here in the valley, both air pollutants and greenhouse gas. Air quality is definitely on a priority for the Department of Sustainability. We have a lot of different initiatives, and here in the city, we're helping buildings benchmark. We want to create a help center so that building owners and managers can come to us and say, hey, you know, can you sign us up for this benchmarking? So we really want all of our buildings to be ENERGY STAR labeled. We want to know how well we're doing. You know, we can't really save if we don't measure our energy in the first place. We really want this to be an economic development piece as well. We don't want to put burdens on building owners, but this really is, it's a market solution because you get the data out there, and from that data, it kind of spurs action. Again, like I said, energy efficiency is a very cost-effective way. We're not installing solar panels, we're not installing renewable energy. We're just asking people to tune up their buildings and use less energy with the equipment that they already have. And that is a very short-term, effective solution that can be implemented right away. It could be implemented today if we wanted to. So if you want more information, or if you want to work with us, I would encourage people to go on SSO Green and really learn more about this, and to learn more about buildings and energy and how it really plays a role in our city.
we are back. Thanks for joining us for post-dinner conversation. Good to have you here. And we are going to go back to the budget. And before I look for a motion, the administration has asked if they could share with us some thoughts. So David Litvak is here with us, and he is representing the mayor and wants to say a couple things. And board members, feel free to ask him questions after he finishes. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just wanted to ask a question regarding the motion and the appropriation of funding for housing from the RDA. We, as the administration, as you know, we share that priority of affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, and how important that is, both for the conversations around homelessness as well as conversations around workforce housing. Lots of relevance there. But another priority that we also share with the board and the council is economic development. So one request would be if, regarding the 15 or $21 million reallocation of funding to the housing, if we could have a little bit of time to take a look at those particular line items, determine if there's any kind of impact in terms of economic development in the RDA project areas, and come back to you with that additional information. It's something that we're all very sensitive to regarding economic development. And so seeing this recommendation for the first time, just a request that we're able to look at that, evaluate it, analyze it, and come back to you with some additional information.
Board members, thoughts on that?
How much time do you think?
Well, we would be prepared for the next board meeting.
So not until November then?
Or,
that's our next board
well, that's
member.
the next board meeting, yeah.
Okay.
Unless there was a desire to schedule a board
Is
meeting.
November 15th. Okay.
I mean, we
Aaron?
would definitely be willing to do it sooner if there was another board meeting.
Okay. Aaron?
What that sounds like, frankly, is that you would be requesting of the board that we reassess our commitment to our priority of housing. That when we look through this and make a suggested appropriation towards what is easily becoming, in my opinion, our number one priority as an RDA board and as a city council at this point in the year, we aren't making this blindly. And I really want to reemphasize what Board Member Kitchen talked about, that economic development is tied to housing availability, and that we are not entering a crisis, but as Mike Ackerlow has told us, we are in the crisis of housing right now. It does affect our economic development. And I understand that you could go through this and say, you know, $500,000 from the Utah paper box development diverted towards housing instead of staying in what is a suggested appropriation would affect the economic development of that site in this way. But you can't go through and say, by appropriating $500,000 from Utah paper box development to affordable housing, you're actually going to complement the economic development in that area in this way. We can't draw those conclusions as clearly. So I don't doubt that you could make an economic development case based on the proposals that we've gone through. But I do doubt the assertion that we adjust our priorities as a board. That is our purview as a board. And frankly, that we've never known what our annual discretionary amount is for housing through the RDA. We've never had this opportunity to look at the budget the way that we look at a budget as a council, the way that we see the rest of the budget. We've never been told what our amount of discretionary funding for housing is for the RDA. And so what you get is what we've come up with, and what we've come up with over the last several months, which is going through the best that we can and looking at suggestions for appropriations, not even existing accounts necessarily. And like I said earlier, this is the tip of the iceberg of the RDA budget. and we just chipped off a little bit of it. So if you guys want to come back with, if you want to match what we're suggesting tonight with other appropriations from other areas that would meet our $21 million, then I will patiently wait for that for the next meeting. But if you're saying that you're going to go aside and chip away at what we've created tonight and offer us a lower number for our housing priority appropriation, I'm not going to wait for that.
May I respond, Madam Chair? Yes. So definitely not asking the board or the council to reassess housing as a priority. That is a top priority of the administration. The amount of work and the comprehensive plan that will be coming from hand demonstrates that. So we're definitely not asking for a reassessment of any priority. All the request was based on was to, nor are we asking to chip away at the funding that is being discussed here. All we were looking at is trying to balance multiple priorities and to be able to provide some additional information. That was the simple request.
Madam Chair, can you help me understand what priorities you're trying to balance and that aren't going to be balanced because of the appropriations of the money that we've done?
Economic development. So the use of RDA as our top economic development tool, whether it be the Depot District or other areas, and just wanting to look at this list, which we're seeing for the first time in terms of the reallocating of the funds, and be able to have a conversation about the potential impact on economic development, so that we're making the decision understanding some of the trade-offs that may occur, and that's okay. Trade-offs happen all the time. We make trade-offs and we make decisions, and we do that all the time around our policy, and just want to make sure that all the information is provided. That is the request. We're not trying to chip away. We're not trying to say that what was done and the amount going towards housing is a bad thing. We share the housing as a priority. We know to have a sustainable solution to homelessness requires housing.
Aaron, did you want to
just
follow up on that?
So
And then
will
Derek?
Are you saying that when you give us that clarity that the impact of some of these allocations may have on economic development, will you also be suggesting a different appropriation of the same amount from a different source in order to maintain our balance?
If the goal is to identify $15 million for affordable housing, or the 21, we could look at that. But the way the conversation started, I'm not sure that it was necessarily a goal to reach a particular amount, other than identifying where opportunities could be and where prioritization decisions could be made.
Madam Chair.
Derek.
I am not inclined to support that. I think that we as a board have spent a great deal of time going back and forth, and council staff has gone back and forth with RDA staff quite a bit to get to this point. And we have combed through this budget to the best of our ability, and we have carved out just a very tip of the iceberg, as Aaron mentioned, for affordable housing, which is of the very utmost importance to the long-term vitality of Salt Lake City, which is not only an economic development issue, but it's a livelihood issue for the entire city. I'm not willing to go back on the progress that we've made today as a board. If you want to comb through our proposal and make suggestions, like Aaron mentioned, that would balance any sort of goal that this might have disrupted, I acknowledge and recognize that this is very hard for RDA staff and the administration. I realize that this is a sea change compared to what we've done in the past, but I'm not really willing to step back on our affordable housing goals at this point, and not with the resources that we've uncovered here. But if you want one thing, I will say, I would like to pass this tonight as it's laid out in the current motion. If you need to reconsider, we can reconsider at a later RDA board meeting. What we've seen from the administration so far is that there's an eager willingness to reconsider things, whether that's the paper box site or issues from the city front apartments. I think that we can reconsider if necessary in the future if things are red flags. But at this point, I want to move forward with the motion as it's laid out.
And I just kind of want to follow up that the budget has already been recommended from the mayor's point of view, right? We're diving into it as a board. And moving forward, we've changed things drastically, and I feel like that's our job, is that we need to analyze it and look for opportunities to actually dive in and make great progress with it. And that's what we've done with allocating this money. And for us to stop now and say we need to reconsider this until our next board meeting, well, our next meeting is a city council meeting where we're going to discuss affordable housing and how we're going to use money to actually attack that affordable housing aspect. So for me, I think that we've already been there, done that with the proposed budget, and we're looking into it. So I don't want to make assumptions that that's what we're going to do, but moving forward, we've got this money that we're going to start talking about in our next meeting, the city council, on how to spend affordable housing money.
Andrew?
I agree about the priorities, and I think good policy is good policy, good budgeting is good budgeting. It'll stand up regardless of what we say, right? If it's right today, it'll be right next month. Unless there's something we're completely missing that'll change all our minds, but I don't foresee that happening, but I'm always open to it. So in that sense, it's your first time seeing it. I understand that. It is a sizable amount of money compared to what was allocated previously. I'd be willing to look and hear your suggestions back, but I agree with what's been said earlier that when we budget to our priorities, this is sort of a good example of that. So being clear that our intention is to get this level of investment, not to undermine anything else, but make sure we're still being very intentional in this. So I'd be open to hearing back other thoughts, but again, I think it's pretty clear that a lot of work's been done on this end, and like to see what your thoughts are on your end. But I would intend to pass it. So I'm okay giving another month personally. So go with that.
May I respond?
David? Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, and I want to be really clear because I think reading a little bit too much into the request, housing is a priority for the administration. It has been all along, but as is economic development. And the request is not an attempt to undermine what is being done today or what has been done or what will be done, but just in the spirit of trying to provide some additional information. So I just want to be clear, there's no intent other than to try and provide some additional information on another priority that we also share.
Erin?
I think Eric brought up a great point that there have been a lot of requests for reconsideration of budget items and other items in the RDA, and also in the council budget process this year with the administration. So I'm prepared to make a motion. And if the administration wants to come back to us with some impacts on and some things for us to consider about the potential weight on economic development through these allocations, then I am open to hearing that, Ms. Chair and Vice Chair, on future agendas. And there's a lot more than to the RDA budget than this single legal sheet is showing. So I don't doubt that whatever issues have been addressed by $500,000 there or 200,000 there or 40,000 there, we could probably find a way by even leaving this intact through other parts of the budget to address those economic issues that may be uncovered.
Further comments, the board? Okay, Erin, I'm looking for a motion.
And would you like these in separate motions?
I think we can just do one whole motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move that the board close the public hearing.
Is there a second to closing the public hearing? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do I need to roll call that, closing the public hearing? Okay, thank you. All right.
Chair, I move that the board appropriate revenue budgets for all funds necessary to cover appropriations listed below. All expenditure funds, with the exception of those approved in Budget Amendment Number 1, and those funds specifically appropriated in Budget Amendment Number 2, action today, are not available to be spent without further board action and consent with board policy. No funds appropriated at this or any other time shall be spent on outside counsel without the specific direction of the city attorney. That we appropriate an expenditure budget for the city and or RDA to purchase sites for homeless resource centers. Point A is $11,775,000 and $911. I'm sorry, let me read that again, $11,775,911 million total amount. B, sources from each fund to be used on an as-needed basis in the order listed below in the table that is available to you all. And that we allocate funds to an unappropriated holding account for the city and/or RDA to further the city's affordable housing goals. The intent of the board is to hold these funds until such time as a plan can be derived to expend these funds to meet the policy goals stated below. A, $17,138,143 total amount, contingent upon legal review from the administration. B, sources from each fund listed below on the table. And C, that our policy purpose is to have the administration work with the council staff to put together a proposal for board consideration to further the city's affordable housing goals. And finally, that we appropriate expenditure budgets for the following urgent items, which are also listed on the document.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by board member, Mendenhall. It's night, so we should be council, right? And second by board member Kitchen. I will roll call this. Is there any discussion? Yeah, discussion.
I personally think that there's not a problem. I understand your concerns about waiting, but I don't see a problem getting more feedback on it. If it's good policy, it's good policy. It'll hold up for a month. So we need to get this done, but I don't see personally a problem with having the administration weigh in on it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think that time is of the essence right now, and we are making decisions. We've given the administration deadlines of site selection that we're now a part of that are happening in very short order. I think it is actually crucial that we make these strides toward the reality of affordable housing being able to take place in stride with the development of homeless sites for our city. It's crucial that we do these hand in glove.
Sure, I agree with that. We have to do them very quickly, but I don't see, if it's the first time that they have seen this changes from the staff perspective, it doesn't mean it's going to change any of our opinions. And all this is going to happen very quickly, but I'm always reticent to say no more feedback, no more comment if we haven't given it. So I like the give and take back and forth within reason.
Derek?
I'm not opposed to hearing feedback from the administration, but I would much rather them spend the next month taking this money that we've allocated and working on proposals for affordable housing instead of trying to figure out how it might negatively impact their imagined ideas from before. We have turned a page with the RDA, and we are moving forward to further align this budget with our goals as a city. And so I just can't imagine that we're going to change our mind in a month and we'll have a month wasted by November.
Further comment? Okay, then I will roll call this. And I'm wondering, we did it as an entire motion. Guess we'll go forward with adopting the entire motion. Aaron?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Charlie? Yes. Andrew?
No.
And I am a yes. So that passes 5-1. All right. Thank you very much. And we will now move on to the is there anything I need to do? Anybody? Okay. Thank you. To the outside counsel policy, which was alluded to in the motion sheet. And Katie will come forward and talk to us about that. Katie Lewis, Senior City Attorney. Thank you.
Hello, Board. How are you tonight? So this is a policy resolution that the board requested that our office draft, and it's a very simple resolution that just says that the RDA will utilize the city attorney's office for all legal needs unless on a case-by-case basis the city attorney's office determines that outside counsel is necessary.
Questions, discussion, council members?
Wasn't this already a policy?
It has not been in resolution. It's been, RDA has used outside counsel quite routinely and in the past, and it's been very expensive.
I thought it was already a policy, though, it just wasn't used that way. Is that incorrect?
I don't think there was,
No?
was there a specific policy about it? Cindy, do you want to come up and tell us, because you have institutional memory, as well as other good memory?
I don't know in what manner it was memorialized, but it was the very serious expression of policy by a previous RDA board. So because the approach of using outside counsel continued after that decision, then we were asked to look for ways to make it a clearer designation. So hence the policy and then the language in the appropriation.
The resolution. Yeah. Okay, further questions, anyone? All right, we have not done many resolutions. Do we formally adopt those, Katie? Is that someone makes a motion to adopt the resolution?
Correct.
Okay, we haven't done these for a while, so thank you.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Motion by you can tell I'm getting tired. Board Member Johnston, seconded by Board Member Rogers, of adopting the policy for outside counsel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Katie, and thank you for your work on that. And we will next, and I would just note, the council chair has graciously said he's fine with us wrapping up our agenda, so we're going to keep plugging along until we complete the RDA agenda. This is the mega meeting tonight. So we'd love to have Tammy and David and Ed join us at the table to talk about the land disposition policy, and we'll have discussion about that, and discussion and consider approval.
Good evening. Last time we left off with the discussion on the real property disposition policy, the board requested that staff look at ways to incorporate strategic parcels as identified in project area plans as Tier 1 properties. We have included in your packet a resolution with some updated language. So the new criterion that was added to the Tier 1 classification system reads, property within a strategic geographic location that is considered vital to the redevelopment of the project area, which geographic location is identified in the project area plan. So this is to focus within the project area plan to geographic locations. We've received advice from the city's attorney's office that we really can't get down to the parcel level, but geographic locations can be identified in the project area plan and then classified as Tier 1. Since we last met, we also had a small group meeting, we received great feedback, and we have a redlined version of the resolution working off of comments received during that small group meeting. And I could walk through the 3 main points that came out of that meeting.
Why don't you do that? Thank you.
And do we have a handout?
Yes.
If we may, we can hand out.
Thank you.
So the first item, the policy previously was tied to strategic plans, and we have removed that language and we've tied it to project area plans. So strategic plans are no longer mentioned in the policy. We also received a request to add date acquired to the semi-annual report that will be provided to the board. So if we add data required, the report you would receive semi-annually, you would have an inventory of all properties, the address, the date acquired, the size and zoning, description of significant structures or improvements on the site, description of any interim uses, disposition status, and time frame for potentially disposing of the property. And then the last update was to the sales price protocol section. There was some vague language in there that was left to open to interpretation, so we clarified that to read that property discounts are subject to approval by a majority vote of the board if property is to be sold at a discount greater than 10% from the as-is appraised fair market value. So as-is was the new language that was added in there.
Thank you. Questions, board members? All right, very clear. Thank you for going back and addressing the things that we were concerned about, and thank you for having small group meetings. That was very helpful. I would look for a motion to adopt our resolution concerning land disposition policy.
So moved. Do you need me to articulate more?
Sorry, say that again.
I said so moved.
moved.
Do you
Okay.
need me to articulate that more?
No, are we okay, Katie, with as proposed, the latest iteration?
Second.
Move we adopt as proposed.
Okay. And motion by Board Member Mendenhall, seconded by Board Member Kitchen. Any discussion?
Yeah, I
Yes.
want to thank you, Tammy. This is, we've sent you back a couple times, and you made great changes in here. And it adds a lot of clarity, I think, to when I was, I remember in my first year as a board member, I won't bring up PTSD issues from maybe Arctic Court or other areas that we didn't get very clear as a board about property disposition and what we're willing to do and not willing to do. And I think this gives clarity going forward when we won't even be here anymore, that a future board can debate and tear apart. But for now, it's a great improvement. Thank you.
And it wasn't just me, it was,
we
had a team.
David. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. We will now discuss the role of the Redevelopment Advisory Committee, RAC, number 8 on our agenda, and we'll have Jill join us again.
Thank you very much. As you, well, maybe you don't know, I've been here long enough since RAC was actually created, which was in 1990, and it was in our bylaws. And the purpose of RAC is to...
Started as a 10-year-old? Oh my gosh.
Thank you,
Child
Lisa.
labor
That's the
laws.
nicest thing anyone said to me all day. Anyway, so the purpose of RAC is to advise the board on policy, budget, and business-related matters. The board has requested that we produce a policy for review of RAC.
Hi, Douglas.
For the review of RAC's role. And so we provided that to you tonight for consideration. RAC themselves actually reviewed this policy and they recommend approval. So we just want you to know that we do appreciate RAC's role to advise the board as well as serving in the capacity of loan committee. They've been instrumental in helping us make a lot of really important decisions when it comes to how we move forward with loans. So what we'd like to do is propose 2 main changes to RAC's role for the board's consideration. I'm just going to highlight these that are in the resolution. First, we propose that RAC advise the RDA board on 3 main issues. Policy formation is one. So as I said, RAC has reviewed this, among others, that we have presented to you and will present to you in the future for your consideration. Second is RDA project area plans. Right now, as you know, we're considering 3 project areas. So they will come in handy to give us advice on our project area plans moving forward. And third, and I know that this is a subject under discussion, is RDA strategic plans as they inform our budget process that's undertaken by the mayor. The next thing that I'd like to highlight is a new concept with our, well, kind of new concept, which is RDA special committees. We've actually identified 2 committees that we feel members of RAC could be a part on, as that may be serving in a subgroup, along with other city representatives, to continue to give advice to the administration and staff on certain deal points and business-related matters. The first is the RDA Finance Committee, which is kind of a shakeup of our current loan committee. In addition to loan requests, they would review tax increment reimbursement requests and also land disposition terms. The second is the RDA Design Review Committee. They will provide guidance on RDA project design issues, and they will use the RDA's upcoming design review policy as a guiding document, which you will see this December. So that's an overview of the role of RAC.
Board members, questions?
Jill, is the design review committee producing that document or staff producing it? Where's that coming from?
Staff will be producing that document and you will see that in December. Yeah, we believe it's in December. That's when it's scheduled.
Okay, thanks.
And my question for you, I'm presuming that our crack legal team has taken a look at this and
Yes, they
good with it?
have.
Okay, I want to make sure we're not giving responsibilities to unelected officials that we should have. So I'm glad they looked at that and we're good. Okay.
Just quickly to speak on that, you'll be considering the loan approval policy right after this, and that'll flesh it out a little bit more.
Okay.
But each of these committees have not only RAC members, but also city employees on them. And our position is, as long as there is a majority of city employees, if there are also a few RAC members, then it isn't delegating any approval authority to citizens.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I will look for a motion to adopt the proposed resolution defining the role of the Redevelopment Advisory Committee.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Board Member Mendenhall, second by Board Member Johnston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Jill, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And stay at the table because we will now be talking about loan approval process, forgiveness, and mind you, these could all be initial discussions, but we're moving forward well. Tammy, thank you for joining us. Go ahead and tell us your thoughts.
All right. Between October of 2015 and March of 2016, the RDA made several changes to the RDA loan program to streamline the program, standardize underwriting criteria, and incentivize public benefits. These policies were informed by the National Development Council, input from the local development community, as well as feedback from RAC and the board. So we are returning to you with some final pieces to the loan policy, and we've formalized all of these policies in one comprehensive resolution that you have. I would like to point out that previously approved policies are highlighted in blue, and new policies are in yellow. So what we're bringing to you today is policies on loan evaluation and approval, loan modification process, and some policies to formalize reporting requirements that we've been practicing already, but we want to formalize those in the resolution. So through this policy, the board sets program and policy guidelines, and the administration guides the program through policies and procedures. So with the loan approval process, we're really proposing a 5-step process. The first step would be the application process, and this process really would be guided by administrative policies such as what's on the application, how the application is released, et cetera. The second step would be underwriting by RDA staff. This would also be guided by administrative policies and procedures. However, we would utilize requirements that the board's already approved through policy, including standards for determining what projects are eligible, the debt coverage ratio, loan to value, interest rate term, et cetera. We would use those standards as we perform underwriting. The third step would be a review by the RDA Finance Committee, and this is actually a newly proposed committee as part of relooking at the role of RAC. So it would be a committee not just comprised of RAC members, but also city staff, as Katie was just speaking to. The RDA Finance Committee, once underwriting standards are met, applications would be forwarded to the Finance Committee for review. They would review applications, and once they're approved to move forward in the process, they would be moved forward for conditional loan approval. If the application is, or the loan request is for $500,000 or below, staff is proposing that the RDA Finance Committee has the authority to directly approve those loans. This was a previous practice of the RDA and the loan program. Loan requests that exceed $500,000 or that require an exception to the standard load terms would be forwarded upon a positive recommendation from the committee to the board for approval. Once loans are provided conditional approval, they will go through a loan finalization process to make sure all documents are submitted and to finalize those loans through administrative procedures. And I'm going to turn it over to Jill to talk about the loan modification process.
Thank you, Tammy. So we do want to provide an opportunity for those who are experiencing economic hardship to make requests to have a deferment or a loan write-down or possibly a forgiveness of their loan. What we are recommending is, in this policy, is that the executive director could approve a 1-year forbearance or deferment of their loan. However, in other cases, such as a longer forbearance or deferment requests or loan forgiveness or a write-down, the RDA Finance Committee would review those requests and provide a recommendation to the board, and the board would deliberate on that. Another instance may be a policy exception would be a conditional grant. We actually have one right now with Utah Symphony and Opera. Some of you may be familiar with that particular program. That the RDA could possibly provide a loan or a tax reimbursement or a combination in exchange for a significant public benefit. So that would be something that would also come to the board if we see that sort of opportunity come up in a project. And then the last just talks about a reporting requirement, which we actually do report to the board on all of our loans, which we would continue to do.
Questions? Aaron?
I had one. Jill, sorry, let me just get back to it. Now, blue is the proposed changes and yellow is what it was, right?
I think it's the opposite. Previously approved is in blue.
Previously approved that isn't being proposed for change?
Yellow is the new updates. So previously approved was adopted by motion over the past several months.
So blue continues,
Yeah.
yellow is additional.
Yes, thanks.
Never mind.
Anyone else have a question? I just want to make sure I've got this straight. So if there is loan forgiveness or an extension to pay and the request is a year or less, then the director has the right to make that unilaterally. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and we modeled that off of a policy from the EDLF, the Economic Development Loan Fund.
Okay, and if it's longer than that, then that's when it comes to the board, right? So the first chance the board has to weigh in on those would be for something if it's more than a year. Okay, thanks. And I'm glad to hear where you got the model. That's good. All right, board members, do I have a motion to adopt the loan approval process and forgiveness as presented in the resolution?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Board Member Johnston, seconded by Board Member Luke. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. And I feel like we have made huge strides, and no one can say we have not made progress now. We have covered a lot of ground tonight. Report and announcements from the staff. Do we have anything?
No, thank you all for the time and attention to our budget. So look forward to continuing our discussions.
All right, and anything, Mr. Vice Chair, that you'd like to say?
I'd want to thank Justin and all of the RDA staff for indulging us and staying patient and respectful while we tore apart the budget that you gave to us. So thank you, and sorry, and we look forward to working with you all on housing in the future.
Likewise, thank you.
All right, I have nothing more. We will see you all this weekend at the Eccles Theater events. And thank you so much. And the RDA meeting stands adjourned. And how soon do we want to start council work session?
Let's say 10 minutes. So 5-2, and then we're only going to be doing one item, which is item number 4, the policy discussion on our affordable housing and our homeless services. It's kind of a recap of our fact-finding night and discuss
Great.
more even about this budget that we are looking at.
Okay.